MockISH. Second overall, I'm sorry to say. Hello, hello, hello. How is it going? Let me just double check, make sure I'm not mouthing at you guys. F, yeah, sorry. F for fecund. All right. It appears that things are working, and then that thing, and then this thing, and then the boom. Nope. Hang on. Where is it? Where is it? Like my Gollum impression? There. Got it. Flight instructor instrument. Practical test standards for airplane rating. Ignore the witchcraft rating. Sorry, that was completely unnecessary. Okay, so we're back to this thing again. You have some good news for today. Is today Monday or Tuesday? Today's Monday, isn't it? Go! I'm so excited. I'm ready. Or whichever you prefer. You got a 93 on your written. Yes! Congratulations. That is awesome. So how did it go? I mean, like the whole, obviously it went well, but like during and stuff, was there anything surprising? Was it nerve-wracking? How did you like the taking it after the Shepherd Air for the first time? Was it awesome? Yes. And then of course I'm gonna have to ask which ones that you think that you may have missed, because then we're gonna go over. Although maybe I should wait. Maybe I'll let you go over them with your CFI, your double I first, and then we'll go over them. Maybe that would be a better idea. But that's so awesome. Congratulations. And that's so great to have that step done and over with. Hello. How is it going? How are you? I hope things are well. Good to see you. We're going over the instrument stuff again today. Have you been doing instrument stuff? Perhaps, maybe? So yes, so no FOI we have to do. Number 2 is the regulations and whatever it is. I should have had this. Regulations and procedures, isn't it procedures? 4, instrument stuff. 3 is the logbook and certificate endorsements. 4... Don't remember. I'm just kidding. Not kidding, but I will. I'll quick look at it and we'll see what we have to do. So I do have, where is he? I have our Dice Turtle of Destiny, which we will use to do what's it. So let me find what they actually are. There. Okay. So, no FOI. Technical I knew it was a P word. Regulations and publications related to IFR operation. So that is letter C. C for number 2. And this one, pre-flight preparation is the instrument cockpit check. Oh, okay. So no FOI. Regulations and publications related to IFR operation. No logbook entries related to instrument instruction. I have it done anyway, but that's good to know, I guess. C, the instrument cockpit check. We will do a little bit of that. That is something that is the next thing that I need to properly work on, really get down for myself. 4, pre-flight lesson and maneuver to be performed in flight. Nope. 5, air traffic control clearances and procedures. Nope, I guess, question mark. We have practiced them, so 6 is yes for flight by reference to instruments, straight and level, turns, change of airspeed and straight and level and turning flight, constant airspeed climbs and descents, constant rate climbs and descents, time turns to magnetic compass headings, steep turns, and recovery from unusual flight attitudes. Okay, we will see about all those. We'll figure those out, I guess. 7, navigation systems. Nope. And now the dice turtle of destiny, A or B, and then that needs to be in conjunction with C, D, or E. So first it will be for odd, we will do A, which is a non-precision approach. B is a precision approach. So evens. So number 2, so B, a precision approach. So ILS, that is the only precision approach, which we'll talk about. And then C, D, or E. 1, 2 is C. 3, 4 is D. And 5, 6 is E. 1, missed approach. Okay, sounds good. A precision and a missed approach. Remind me of that. Emergency operations is yes, so loss of communications, and approach with loss of primary flight instrument indicators. So we'll figure that out, I guess. I'm like, on one hand, I feel like we should get back in the 150 so that we can just cover up our stuff. But the plane that I'm using has the primary flight displays. So I think we'll stick with the 172 at least for today. Okay, sounds good. And post-flight procedures also, yes, checking of the instruments. Okay, so speaking of so the precision approach, I have a thing that I said I was gonna do this time, but I'll get back to chat first and then we'll go to that. Yo, hello, good, excellent, I am well as well. I want to, how are you feeling? Haven't chatted in a while, so I want to make sure you're good. But good, I'm glad that it is good. Cheesy bread, yes, back with the cheesy bread. There was one moment where you were like, you're going to fail, oh no, but you think you were second guessing yourself. Right, okay, if you had to guess, it would be the fuel burn questions and climb and descent gradient, almost like. We talked about that one. Well, you know what? Oh, hang on. Where's I should probably move that so that I can actually see things. Hang on. Wait. Okay. So I am going to try and get the, cause that's the one that we were talking about. Like, hang on. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Fire! No. Why will it not boop? Boop. There it is. There. That one. And you just kind of wait on those. No. You gotta get it down. You gotta know these things. But no, like I do. I remember that being like a tricky one to understand and remember. And once you get it down, you kind of have it down and then you lose it very quickly. So a little bit chances of you taking lessons this year are probably slim now. Okay, dang it. Well, at least you can get through some of the studies. There's so much with the instrument stuff that's almost a good thing. Let's go with that. Because yeah, so like with this one, let's see. Oh no, I can't. Oh yes, I can. So like, how do I put this? Look at it. So we talked about the feet per minute thing, which is what we use as pilots, but how that doesn't work for the angles, because it's all about those angles. So that is a thing. So the climb and descent angle, it's gonna be a lot of times the 3 degrees for the descent, at least. So sorry, little fuzz in my mouth. It's probably from my cat. And then ground speed in knots. So that's the other thing, is like typically your indicated airspeed is going to be the 90, right? So just going to this one, 478 is going to be a big one, but then again, that's different from our ground speed, so keeping that in mind. But I'm trying to remember, do they give like the ground speed or something, right? But one of the big things. Okay, so feet per nautical mile. Knots, right, is nautical miles per hour. So all you gotta find is nautical miles per minute and multiply them, and that gets rid of the nautical miles, and that gives you your feet per minute. Bada boom, does that help? Covering part 61 or 91 tonight. Both and all at once. I'm just kidding. I'm not sure which part that this would be. Let me think. Well, so the TERPS is its own thing, but the regulations, if we're talking about, hang on, let me find it. Apparently I'm singy tonight. No, that's its own thing. It is. It's the TERPS. It's in the TERPS. However, the TERPS are in 97. So technically, I'm sure we'll have 61 and 91 stuff, but maybe not actually specifically stating that it is 61 or 91. But I can potentially try to be more aware of that and try to say which things are what. 360 knots, that's quite an approach. 1900 feet per minute. Wait, where? So 360 and 19, well, but again, that's the, hang on. Yeah, that's the feet per nautical mile. That's not our feet per minute. Remember? So that's like the big thing, is remembering that it's the feet per nautical mile, because it's all about the distance, and then you have to figure out your feet per minute for your specific plane, because the planes do the different things. Right? Yeah. It's just all the conversions between feet per nautical mile and feet per minute just makes your brain hurt. Well, okay, so feet per hour first. So we find our knots, and that's feet per hour. So feet per hour, from big to small, you multiply, times 60. So your ground speed times 60. Let me make sure. Yeah. And then, hang on. I have to do this with something in front of me. Okay, so let's say, craft. I didn't need that. Okay. So let's say we're doing yeah, okay, sure. 3 degrees. Let's say we have 90 knots for our ground speed. So 90 knots. Is nautical miles per hour. So that's 90 over 1. Big to small. And now I'm getting all mixed up. So 90 over nautical mile is 60 over minute. I should be doing this. Hang on. I'll do it on here so you can see my terrible thought process. Okay. Where is paint? There is paint. So go like this. Boom. Okay. So if we have 90, oops, that's not Z. 90 nautical miles per 1 hour equals 90 nautical miles per 60 minutes. Oops, that's minutes. So that equals, well, take away the zeros and 6 goes into 9 one time, 1.5 nautical, oops, hang on, nautical miles per 1 minute. So then, oh, it's covering it up. Scrolls over. Perfect. Look at that. Ooh, I like this. 1.5 nautical miles per 1 minute. So then let's go back to our thingy. This was a bold choice, trying to go over this stuff without having practiced it in a while. So then our 3 degrees is going to be 318 feet per nautical mile. So 318 feet, oops, per nautical, oops, sorry, 1 nautical mile, joop, joop, joop. That gets rid of the nautical mile, leaves you with, does math, okay, so 318 plus 154. Let me just make sure that, wait, I'll have to double check to make sure that I did that right. Did I do that right? Hang on, let me see. New. Yeah, guess we'll see. Hang on. So 318 times 1.5 equals 477 feet per minute. Where is it? So, bum, ba, bum, 90, 3 degrees, 478, 477, 478. So, you have the chart here for all of that, but that's how you find them. Did that make sense? And I guess I would need like one of the actual questions to actually go through that. So, okay, and that is the one thing, for some of them you can use the chart and it's right there. Some of them you can just interpolate based on the chart, and then I think, yeah, some of them you needed to actually do like the calculations and stuff. So yeah, so did that, I don't know. Have you seen that way of doing it? Does that like help? Let me go back over. So actually like putting it into it's like the knots is the 90 miles per hour. So the 90 NM over the 1 hour, get it to the nautical mile per minute. So 1.5 nautical miles per minute. Multiply that by the feet and the nautical miles. So you got to cancel those out, one on the top, one on the bottom, to get the feet and the minute. Da da da. Frick. Sorry. Yeah, that stuff. Comment stage check question under part 6165. Can you do 1 LNAV, 1 ILS, and 1 visual approach for the regulatory cross-country flight? Ooh. Okay, hang on. Let me go to this thing. Let me get the 6165. Okay. Where is that one? No, that's not what I wanted. Why am I in the helicopters? There, okay, sorry. 61, 65. Why am I all the way up here? Okay, scrolling. Sorry. So much scrolling. 61, 65, 65, 65. Cause the way that, okay. Web. Okay. So, a flight of 250 nautical miles along airways or by directed routing from an air traffic control facility, an instrument approach at each airport, and 3 different kinds of approaches with the use of navigation systems. Okay. I'm not sure what 9159 means, and I feel like I should. So, the fact that it says an instrument approach at each airport, I would think, no, you can't use the visual approach. But then again, I think there's also this certain thing where if it doesn't say, okay, instrument flight training on cross-country flight procedures, including 1 cross-country flight in an airplane performed under instrument, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so the one thing is it doesn't say how many airports you have to go to. So I believe that I've seen a thing where there was a question about, okay, well, couldn't you just fly out and fly back again and then just do 2 approaches at one of the airports? You know what I'm saying? So yes, so now that you say that, but it's with 3 different kinds of approaches with the use of navigation systems. So I would think with that one, you would need 3 different kinds of approaches with navigation systems. So the visual approach, again, would not count. But I'd be curious. That makes sense. It is the ones where it asks between, like, the initial approach fix and the map. But honestly, it's just something you need to practice more. But yeah, okay, sounds good. Well, and we can look at that as well once we pick our approach. Again, we're doing precision. Ooh. Well, okay. Well, we shall see, because we also need to quick go over. We'll come back to that. Because maybe we'll do our approach I don't have that up there. Weird. Okay. Boop. Maybe we potentially will do what is it called? I'm gonna minimize it just a smidgen and then scroll. Can I scroll up a little bit? Shoot. Yeah, I'll just go like that. Oh, can I not? Gosh darn it all. Why can't I? Sorry, hang on. I need that bit at the top there. Okay, so I can scroll side to side. Okay, there we go. But I still need that bit at the top. Whatever. There, we'll go like that. That didn't work either. Gosh darn it, hang on. Sorry, I'm trying to figure this out. That's what we'll do. Paint to the rescue. But yeah, so with the initial approach fixed to the missed approach point, that's going to use that feet. So you're going to have to put how many feet you have to lose and the distance for that. So that is going to go into, oops, this part, I think. The feet per nautical mile. So you're going to have 6 feet, say, like, or sorry, you need to lose like 1,000 feet for 5 nautical miles. Maybe. And so that would go there and that would go there. Does that make sense? On that cross country, it seems like there's a huge traffic on my destination airport. Can I cancel IFR and shoot a practice VFR approach? Do I make this joke or not? As long as you count at 5. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Let me look at it again. So, 1 cross-country flight in an airplane, a flight, or by directed routing from an air traffic control facility, an instrument approach at each airport, and 3 different kinds of approaches with use of navigation systems. So that almost seems like yes, because you have been doing airways or by directed routing from an air. Okay, hang on. 1 cross-country flight with an authorized that is performed under instrument flight rules when a flight plan has been filed with an air traffic control facility, and that involves. With that, then I want to go no. That is performed under instrument flight rules. So yeah, I'm because of that wording, I'm going to go with no. I mean, yes, the flight plan has been filed and you flew along the airways and along the route and stuff, but it was not fully conducted under IFR. So I would go with no then. Technology, I know, right? So yes, again, paint to the rescue. The whole flight should be conducted under IFR. Okay, yes, perfect. There, I just had to read up a little bit. So yeah, I did. I kind of figured, but that's why those like little pieces, those little bitty pieces make a big difference. Tricky. But no, those are really good because I think my my DPE during my initial, he did ask those sorts of like tricky questions, particularly for the commercial. So it was like, in that instance, it was like, what are the potential logging issues or snags that you might come up with on the commercial thing? And the answer that he wanted or was looking for was the whole part in the commercial regs that said the solo stuff, the stuff that needed to be done solo and or could be done with an instructor, you couldn't like pick and choose with those. You had to do them all solo or all with an instructor, that sort of a thing. And I did get that one because it did come up in my own training. So yeah, but no, those are good. One of the top killer questions in your stage chat. Okay, excellent, good. And it's just those little tiny pieces that'll friggin' get you, little reg bits. And like, again, I was looking at the just little piece down there and it was like, oh, well, it kind of like seems like that. But then you go up, and there it is. So excellent. No, good. Those are really helpful. Cause yeah, those are the ones I'm going to be getting. So thank you. I appreciate that. All right. So this was I can't quite remember how we got on it, but when I was able to do ground lesson with our instructor, he went over all of this stuff. So particularly the types. So I guess, yeah, across the top here, types of the approaches. Why can't I see? Let me get the paint bucket on. Can you see the paint bucket? There it is. There. Okay. So yeah, so type of approach. Does it have an MDA or a DA? Minimum descent altitude or a decision altitude? Is it precision? Does it require WAS? And does it require RAIM and or a RAIM check? So we'll come back to that, and hopefully I say it correctly, because I probably should have. Yeah, we'll come back to that. So green for at least this top part, green for ground equipment, green needles. And then down here is our RNAV for magenta needles. The plus V here and the plus V in green is green for Garmin. So you won't see, and again, this is what for instructor went over with me. So you won't see plus V and plus V on an instrument approach plate. This is just how it's gonna look in Garmin, because this is just with vertical guidance, but different from this. So we'll kind of go over that once we get to it. So to start with, ILS, green needles. Is it an MDA or is it a DA? Or is it a DA? Decision altitude. It's a DA. Is it a precision? Yes. Yes, it is. Does it require WAS? No. Does it require RAIM? No. There. Good. Excellent. Localizer. Is it an MDA or a DA? It's an MDA. Why? Doesn't have a glide slope. Excellent. There. Perfect. Then there's all, yeah. Just making sure. This is stuff I gotta go over as well. So is it a precision? No. And that ends up being true for all of them, except we'll come back to this one. Again, ground equipment, does it require WAS? No. RAIM, does it require RAIM? No. VOR, MDA or DA, does it have a glide slope? No. So it's an MDA. Precision? No again. Does it require WAS? No. Does it require RAIM? Perfect. No. All right, now on to our RNAV. Type, localizer performance with vertical guidance, the actual LPV. So it has a glide slope, MDA or DA, therefore glide slope, so DA. Is it a precision? It depends on who you ask. So the thing is, there's something in the certification. So according to my own knowledge and what I adhere to is it is not a precision. The reason being is it's a certification thing. In order to be a precision approach, there's something in the certification wording that makes it so that the LPV is not, by definition, a precision approach. There was something else I was going to say. So what it is it's a something in the middle. It's technically a something in the middle. It's an approach with vertical guidance. So it's not, again, certifiable to be a precision, but it's not technically just a non-precision sort of a thing. Anyway, okay. So for LPV, do you need WAS? Yes. Do you need RAIM? Yes. But again, so if you have, hang on. What was this again? So this is, okay. So if you have WAS, you do not need RAIM. Hang on. You need RAIM, you don't need a RAIM check. That's what it is. If you have WAS, you don't need a RAIM check. You still need RAIM, but you don't need to do a check. That's what this one is. Okay, yeah, there we go. So then, LP, localizer performance. That's it. It's just the localizer, just the lateral guidance. Therefore, no glide slope, MDA. Minimum descent altitude. Is it a precision? No, it is not. Can it do WAS, or does it require WAS? Yes. Does it require RAIM? Yes, but it does not require a RAIM check. Again, so localizer performance plus V. So that is, again, Garmin providing vertical guidance. It is still an MDA. And there's a little star. Because since it has vertical guidance, you can, yes, okay. So because it has vertical guidance, you can follow a glide slope down. It is still an MDA, but you can follow a glide slope down. You also have to make sure, though, that you are still adhering to any of the altitudes in the approach. So just because you have a glide slope doesn't mean that you can, by following that glide slope down, that you can go below any altitudes on the actual approach. Keeping that in mind. Precision, no. WAS requires yes. Requires RAIM, but not a RAIM check. Okay. he was trying to, I was being sassy. He said something about if it's got the L in it, then it does require the WAS or something like that. And so I was like, well, what about the LNAV and the LNAV and the LNAV there? So he just erased the L's there because I was being a little words I can't say because I'm a lady. So that's why that's not there. So I guess I could go like this and put those in here quick. Oh, that's very small. L. So it's when the L means localizer, not when the L means lateral. Okay, anyway, so then LNAV and VNAV. Blech. It's not one we have to worry about because it's not an aircraft that we end up flying. Or like the equipment that requires is not something that our aircraft use. And we had a little bit of a discussion about that, like even the planes that he uses, typically the LNAV VNAV also has an LPV, so just fly the LPV rather than the LNAV VNAV. And it also requires the baro-aided stuff. So yeah, so that's its own thing. So LNAV is the one that I used to fly when I had a GPS that did not have WAS. So LNAV, again, just the lateral navigation, is just an MDA, no glide slope, MDA, not precision. It does not require WAS, but it does require then a RAIM, as well as then a RAIM check. LNAV plus V, again, plus V being Garmin, it gives you that advisory glide slope. If I haven't said that before, it's an advisory glide slope only. Again, it's lateral navigation, so it is an MDA. You can still follow that glide slope down. However, still have to stick to the altitudes within the approach. Not precision, does not require WAS, does require RAIM. Yeah. So I'll have to go over that a little bit more. Like it does. For me, that helped so much because it actually, I like categorizing things. I like having things in categories. So yeah, that was a lot more helpful. Other things we talked about. So here, this nice little thing here, we were talking about that visual thing. So here is our typical glide slope, right? And then this is the thing, this is the slope that if an obstacle penetrates, then it doesn't have you have the visual segment obstacles situation. So if this full thing is clear, then it's got the opposite. I'm trying to remember what, I would have to look at the thing, but it's for specifically, if it's clear, you don't have to worry about any of that. If it says like visual segment obstacles or something like that, that's when you're not gonna hit it, but or if you're on glide slope, you're not gonna hit it, but it couldn't be certified. That approach couldn't be certified without that note, because there's obstacles that are closer than you're able to have for that certification. Okay, then this stuff over here is I'm trying to remember. So this was the question of when you're established on the approach. So for the approaches for the equipment that gets more sensitive as you get closer to the runway, that is at the first sign of movement on the needle, at the first sign of needle movement. So your LPV, LP plus V, LP, so the localizer performance, localizer performance, localizer performance. And then your ILS, localizer, localizer type directional aid. All of those get more sensitive. So established is the first sign of needle movement. LNAV and LNAV plus V, that does not get consistently, what's the word? Sensitive. So that is 1 dot deflection is established. And then VOR is blah, blah, blah. So that is also 1 dot deflection. Again, I believe. Then again, the established in the hold sort of a thing. So you're established in the hold, not as soon as any of these, but upon, so like, okay, so say you're entering like so you cross over the fix, do your, you can see my mouse here? Okay. So cross over the fix, come back in, it's that second time you come whoosh, like so. Like so. So once you actually do that first turn, I believe is what he said, that first turn to go outbound, that is established. And then there was a whole question for me about, there's that wording where you're established in the hold when either it's something about being abeam the fix or crossing over the fix, whichever happens second or something. And so I was like, Bill, but if you're cross and then you cross, and then he drops this bomb on me where you don't even have to get to the fix to get into the hold. Some people say they're coming from over here, they'll go like this and go directly into the hold like this. And then once they cross over the fix, then they're established. So they're beam the fix here. And then once they cross that fix, then they're established. And I was like, but no. And he's like, I know, but that's how some people do it. So I'll have to find that actual wording, but that's what this part of the ground stuff was for. Yeah. Anyway. Hello, how's it going? Just dropped, okay. Sorry, I can't speak. Dropbox link to teaching aid. Your uncle used to use for briefing approaches. You used it. Oh, I dropped the dice turtle of destiny. Drilled in your cranium by Captain Tim. That's so exciting. Thank you. Oh, I do. I love that. Cause I'm okay. If I'm on the ground, and like, I'm able to just brief the approach, that's okay. That's cool. I'm good with that. But I've had to get a little bit more used to briefing on the fly. So, so that's going to be really excellent. Yay. Thank you. I appreciate that so much. Cause yeah, well, actually so now that we're done with that, let's find ourselves an approach and I guess try to brief. and I guess we'll see how I do. Cause yeah, that was, on one hand, I'm like, if I have the time, like I'm a brief on the ground. Like why wouldn't you plan for the approach and brief on the ground? But you can't always do that. What if you don't, you can't get into your certain airport? What if something happens? You get a different airport or a different approach? Well, different airport or a different approach. I mean, yeah, okay, then I guess you can go to holding, vectors, things like that and everything. But it is being able to like really have something down like that, to like brief it effectively and efficiently, even though you're not on the ground, is good. Would be good, at least for me. So I've been sort of practicing, again, what's the word? Briefing on the fly. But I still feel so about it. Does this have... So, okay, so... And... So are we going to do an RNAV? Is that what we're going to do? Were we going to do an RNAV? The LPV? Because we did. Dice Turtle of Destiny decided that we were going to do a precision approach. But like we talked about, it's not technically a precision approach. However, I believe for the Checkride, at least for my Checkride, it does count as a precision approach. RNAV is good with you? Okay. Boston. South Boston. Runway 01. I kind of feel like we've been here before. Shoot. Scrolls outward. Okay, so we're gonna go back to this thing, actually. Falwell. Lynchburg. Falwell. GPS runway 28, perhaps? Let's see what it looks like. Make sure it has an LPV. It does not. Okay, so, well, we'll look at this. I mean, it probably has it on other ones. I think this is... I would say, I was going to say relatively new, but I think it's relatively new as of when I was in instrument training, which was 2-3 years ago at this point. So they do now, on the GPS approaches, they put that it's an MDA versus the DA. And look, it is NA for the Charlie Delta. Okay. So we're not going there. Brooke Neal. It's the Cadbury. That's Brooke Neal. Okay. Ah! Sorry. Unnecessary squawking. Okay, so that has an LPV. Ooh, and then this has just an LP. So, again, coming back to it. LP, localizer performance. No vertical guidance. The Garmin might give us an advisory glide slope. However, that does not make it a precision approach. Or, yeah, anything like that. This, however... Ooh, actually, hang on. I need to bring that back. Because I have another thing to bring up. There. So, LPV. It is a DA. Decision altitude. Again, not technically a precision approach, but, again, for Checkride purposes, oh, shoot! But here's the question. Is it a precision... Does it need to be 200 feet, though? Ooh. I guess that's a question. I'm gonna, you know what? I'm not gonna deal with that right now, but we should come back to that. You think the G1000 in MSFS is WAS equipped too? Perfect. So that means we have WAS. Well, yeah. So we would need WAS in order to do the LPV. So perfect. Yes. So I do. I'm not sure. It is a decision altitude. But I'm not sure if that one would like count as an honorary precision approach. if it's not 200 feet. Ah, well, we'll find that out. It has approved vertical guidance. So that is the honorary what's it? LP plus V would be if terrain doesn't allow it, you think? Someone can correct. Okay. Right. So like, so for this one, coming this way, this one just has the LP. It's just that lateral guidance. So you would have to come down to here, 2200. Then you can drop down to here, 1580. Then you can drop down to the 940. However, it probably has that plus V. That plus V is just in the Garmin, that advisory glide slope, which is probably going to be 3 degrees. So once you get here, you could follow that down. However, you need to make sure that you are above that 1580 at Ovmy. And then, yeah, like we were talking about on here, so for like this one, like what we were specifically talking about here, hang on. Can you see the paint bucket? Okay. We were, for here, that whole visual segment obstacles, I believe that was on either a VOR or a localizer approach, but I assume it would be the same concept. It could not be certified with a glide slope, like you said, or yeah, like with the terrain or the obstacles. It couldn't be certified with that glide slope. So similar thing, potentially. Yeah, that. So, and I guess I don't know how to perhaps. So yeah, so like the if you were trying to figure out, and maybe this isn't the best one to do this with, and maybe it is, I don't know. So say you got your 2200 coming back to that feet per minute sort of a thing. So you got your 2200, how many feet do you have to lose? 2200 minus 1580, whatever that is, that's 620 feet over the nautical miles, the 1.9, and that is what you put here. So let's actually, let me make this. So 620, 1.9 equals, and that's going to be 620 feet per nautical mile. Here. 620 times 1.5, 930 divided by 1.9 is 489.47. So about 490-ish feet per minute. So yeah, so it's just, you're just replacing this with whatever those one things are. Oh my God! So, sorry. Bucket. So yeah, so sorry, where is, can you see my bucket? Bucket. Nope, I don't have the bucket on. Bucket. There. I am saying bucket, by the way, just want to make sure we're all on the same page there. So yes, so again, we were taking that 620 feet and that 1.9 nautical miles for that specific segment. And then, yeah, multiplying. So instead of our 318 feet per nautical mile, it's whatever that is. gets about 489 for our feet per minute. Yeah. Boom. All right. So, yeah. And then instructor brought up the shaded triangle. And it was in the terms. Let me just find it in here so that I don't have to look it on the thing. Legend. No, is it? No, this one. Okay, so that gray shaded is the visual segment below MDA DA. Okay, so that is on there so long as haha, begone bot. Ban the bot. Ban the bot. Denied. Sorry. So satisfying. Okay. So again, so the gray shaded is on the same thing that we were talking about. If there is a gray shaded triangle, that means that the visual segment below MDA DA is clear of obstacles on that 34-to-1 slope. Absence of the shaded area, boom, means that the 34-to-1 is not clear, or visual segment obstacles, like we've talked about, where it says that visual segment obstacles there. Huh. So yeah. So that's, look at, see how all of that comes together? I've been feeling just a little bit better, like with all of that stuff going together. But I'm only just kind of at the start of that. So please continue bearing with me. Okay. So I think we're good there. We're going to plan for this approach. We'll quick look at our takeoff minimums because we're going to take off from there. And oh shoot. We were supposed to be using delta. Well, we'll start using deltas next time. Where are we? Brookneal. Takeoff minimums, obstacle departure procedures, takeoff obstacle notes, multiple trees beginning 48 feet from departure under runway 314 up to multiple trees, fence, multiple trees. So, and again, I'm assuming that this, having to put this stuff in there is, again, part of that sort of certification thing where within a certain space, within a certain height, it's got to be there. So, yeah, see, again, all that stuff comes together. All right, good there. Now, I will try my briefing. We shall see. So, RNAV GPS, runway 6, it is correct. It is up to date, yes. WAS, you have approach course, 62 degrees, runway length, 3,800, touchdown zone elevation, 600. Irrelevant. When use Lynchburg Regional and increase all DA 81 feet, all MDA 100 feet, increase all PV, all CATS visibility 1/8 mile, increase irrelevant, runway irrelevant, Barrow VNAV and VDP not authorized when using Lynchburg Regional, Preston Glenfield altimeter setting. I'm going to come back to that stuff. Frequencies we're going to be coming from, I'm not sure. So we're going to be taking off. We'll go out somewhere, blah, blah, blah. And then we will come, potentially this way in order to go that way and then come in back that way. So, yeah. Procedure not authorized for arrivals at Hurt on Victor 143 northeast bound. So going northeast, can't go that way. Interesting. So yes, so we'll be going that way, and then we'll be making a left turn in 62 degrees. We'll be maintaining 3,000 at or above 3,000 until Mete. And then we can get down to 2,400 by Yevov. And then we will follow the glide slope down to our missed approach point. Well, actually not missed approach point, our DA of 868. At which point, if we must go missed, which I believe Dice Turtle of Destiny said we did have to. Ooh, you know what? Okay, next time Dice Turtle of Destiny is coming out for that part, like on the approach. Like final approach fix inbound. So anyway, if we have to go missed, climb 1100, left turn 3000 to Woogad and hold. So we go whoop to Woogad and we will whoosh and hold. Farmville, military operations area. LPV, again, 870. Yeah. I do, like, part of me, I used to do all this and then do the missed approach and then also do like the MSA, as well as, yeah, other stuff like that. I've somewhat gotten out of that, whether that's a good idea or not. So yeah, I still feel like I still feel like I need to work on the briefing, but yeah, we'll see. Okay, so again, uncompensated Barrow VNAV systems. Again, that's that LNAV VNAV. We don't have that, so irrelevant. That's why I say irrelevant. And then the DME RNP.3, not authorized. Again, irrelevant. Also got into the RNP stuff. So the big thing about that is if it says RNAV RNP in the approach here, you can see my cursor, RNAV RNP, that is an RNPAR, which is an RNP authorization required approach, which it'll also have authorization required down here in big letters. So that is one that we cannot do. RNP, we are not allowed to do that, required navigation performance. However, when it says this, RNP approach, I brought that up, I found one, and I handed it for instructor, and he goes, oh. He was as confused as I was. But yeah, it is. I have to look at Pilot's Cafe again. But well, because what he said about the RNP is that they end up having like curved, like segments of the approach, sort of. And since this one also kind of has that, is that what that means? But since it's, maybe that's like, again, a certification thing where it's like, if it's within a certain angle, I'm just talking out of words I can't say because I'm a lady right now, but I really want to figure that out because it ticks me off. So yes, again, pretty sure we still can do this approach. Doesn't say authorization required anywhere. Doesn't say RNP here. So we can, it's just question mark. There's one other thing I was going to bring up. Actually, I think that was it. It was those two. Cool. I don't know. I think that's it. Should we go fly? Yeah. No, not doing that. Hang on. Go away. Go away. I accidentally clicked on Microsoft Flight Simulator first. Okay. So, where are we? I don't remember. 0 Victor something or other. Boom. 0 Victor 4. Sorry, you cannot hear. I somehow freaking muted my mic again. I don't know how I do it. Was my hand over here? I don't think it was. I feel like I accidentally clicked something. And okay, sorry. Anyway, clicking the this, clicking the that, and the that. Making sure this. I swear, I didn't do anything to it. And I forgot to, hang on. I am going to mute myself on purpose for a second so that you're not hearing strange things. Because I have to get, up close and personal. I forgot to put my track IR thing up. And we back. Sorry. I knew I would forget something. Hoi. Sorry. Okay, so the video you sent mentions that RNP needs authorization for equipment, aircraft, and crew. Too many things. Yes, exactly. So, and that's why I am curious to look into that, because we did I did bringing it up to front instructor, and that was like the big thing, was just that, again, specifically the RNAV RNP is that one, but then the RNAV GPS, if it's RNAV GPS, even if it says RNP approach, that's okay. So I will actually find, as the sim is coming up again, I will find, I am just expressive. Yes, exactly. I'm wondering if I'm like accidentally clicking something on my mouse, or I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. Maybe it just mutes itself when I get really loud. It's just like, no, I'm not handling that today. Okay, there. I screamed with it muted. I hope it was actually muted that time, because it was a very questionable scream. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, full of energy. Foe. It is the foe of the microphone. No, I don't know. Anyway, so looky. So we have our RNAV approach is GPS, and then we have our RNAV RNP approaches. So let's take a look at that. RNAV RNP, boom, authorization required. So that brings in So this one, RNP AR approach GPS. So our other one simply has RNP approach. So, and then this one, RNP authorization required, RNP 0.15, 0.3 situation. So yeah, so this one, looking at this one, this has all these curvy things in it. Curve, then it's got a little curve here, little curve. Then it's got, oh, here, curve, over to there. So yeah, I'm curious to look at that. at the video to see what that specifically says about it. So, and I guess I could say here as well, again, this is an RNP approach. I'll zoom in a little bit more so you can see it. This is also an RNP approach. GPS, again, not RNPAR, so authorization not required. RNP approach. It does have a curve here. And then there. Oh, final approach course offset 14.53 degrees. Ah. So yeah, I don't know. Again, right now I'm just like theorizing things. But I would be curious to actually get the actual answer, because I remember having these questions in instrument training as well. This is the one we're doing, right? It's got an LPV. Yes. Okay. So, flight sim. Why does it say that you can't hear? There it is. All right, are we good? Such a professional. So yes, we are gonna do the 172 again. We'll go like so. Set as departure. Fly, fly, fly. You know, oh, I guess I kind of did look at the weather. It was just like, oh, it's green. That works. Sky vector. Web. So we'll just do a quick look-see. Where are we? Brookneal. It amuses me. I don't know why. Okay, weather. 70 degrees, so 6. Runway 6 looks like the plan. Cool. There, perfect. Look how nicely that works out. I need to keep like looking over at it to make sure I'm not muted. We're good. We're good. So far, so good. So good. All right, there's that. Boom. Oh my God, I thought it was a shooting star, but no, it is my antenna. Which is well, yeah, that's some communication equipment. It is the star of the show. Stars. Instrument. Turning the night off. Oh, look at how pretty it is. Yeah, beautiful. Nice. Oop. Good. Oh, and also track. Okay. Oh my God. Oh, but sorry. There's so many reasons why I need a new chair. I need to not. I'm sorry, chicken. I need to not have chicken right here on like this thing here, but it's also nice for my mouse. Giving me bad posture. There. Okay. Minimize. Okay, still good. All right. Doop. Oops. So, again, pre-flight instrument. We'll see what happens. Okay, so electronics. We're gonna go like this for now. We're gonna bring that out. Electronics. Master switch goes on. Check it. Pitot heat. We want that pitot heat on to make sure. Yeah, that's working in case we encounter icing that what's it called? Affects our pitot tube. Hello, hello. So we check our lights. Light. Okay, I swear the one on the back is not lit. Ah! Sorry. Okay. Seriously? I'm looking at my nav light here. I'm trying to pre-flight. Rude. So freaking rude. Rude, I say. Oh, you're just like sitting there waiting for me to just spontaneously combust. Thanks. Rude. It's just tiny. All right. So freaking rude. Cannot believe. Just parks right in freaking front of me. What? Excuse me. Okay, beacon. Green nav light. See, those are nice and bright, and the other one is not. So mad. Okay, so pitot tube. Grasp the pitot tube, feel that heat, and turn it off. We got our flaps down too. Check our fuel. Fuel quantity quality. So the gauge is working. That's not the button I wanted. We're just gonna fill up right now, so we don't have to worry about it later. Okay. Yeah, okay. So now we can turn that stuff off. Pitot tube, strobe, nav, taxi, landing, beacon. Electronics. Now on to our lifeblood. Our liquids are, well, our lifeblood. Our fuel and our oil. So our fuel, we drain a little bit of fuel from each wing. Make sure it looks good. No water, no sediment. Blue, give it a good sniff. As well as any belly drains that there are. Check the quantity, which we just put on, and make sure those fuel caps are on nice and tight. Then we want our oil. Check that, make sure it is both quality and quantity. Yep, those things. And then, so we check those. Then we do our flow. Electronics, lifeblood, flow. Static port, want to make sure that's clear, because again, like our pitot tube, we want to have that data for our instruments. Then we have our vents. Pitot tube clear, same thing with the... So mad. Yeah, you... Pitot tube, we talked about that in the drain hole. Make sure we're getting the accurate data. Fuel vent, stall horn, leading edge of the wing, wiggle. Howdy, how's it going? Cute little monkey, love it. Good to see you, hope you're well. We're just doing our pre-flight and getting angry at the ARF. That's what it is, right? That's the ARF. Yeah. Leading edge of the wing, wiggle. Make sure that it is, no. Yes? No. Really? Huh. Oh, one thing that I forgot about, look at, that I didn't quite, yeah. So the fuel caps are that way, right? Streamlined. Aerodynamic. Apparently they're supposed to be that way, according to Bonanza Pilot, that I have been flying with. Not all of them are that way. Don't tell anybody. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, makes sense, I guess. All right, so wiggle, make sure the wing is attached to the fuselage, and then that brought up another story. I mentioned, yeah, make sure the wing's attached to the fuselage with my most recent student. And yeah, they asked, her and her husband were both there, and it's like, what's the fuselage? And it's like, see, this is the thing. I used to be better at that stuff. That was something that I was more conscientious about when I first started training, instructing, was like making sure I used like not use the lingo, right? And that is one thing that I have gotten a bit more lax on as I've gotten further in and more comfortable with the actual instructing. So it is. That's frustrating is a strong word, but it's also like, okay, I'm getting more comfortable in some things and a little too comfortable in other things, and like, yeah, work in those bits. Same thing as with everything. Like I've taught my students is that, okay, you're gonna like, it's all about the puppeteering, sort of. You get the strings over here, and then you lose grip on the strings over here, and it's all about making all the strings, getting them all together, all at once. So yeah, I'm just in that portion, and yeah, fun, totally. Anyway, wing, fuselage attached. Aileron, make sure that that yoke turns this way. Ailerons up, 4 bolts, wiggle rod, 4 bolts. And that was another something that Bonanza Pilot brought up too, is like making sure you hold the aileron up if you're sticking your fingers in there, just in case either somebody like doesn't know you're sticking your fingers in there and they bring it down, or gust of wind brings it down. Yeah, don't want that happening. Flap, check the connections, wiggle the rod, connections. Tires, make sure they look good, pumped up enough, as well as little to no, well, not little to no puddles of hydraulic fluid. Make sure our antennas are good. Our comms here are something here. I keep forgetting to check that one. Our VOR here. And then our elevator, make sure that has movement, as well as the connections are good. The yoke goes in, yoke comes back. Rudder, wiggle, wiggle, just a smidgy smooth, and then a yeah, try and wiggle it up and down on the vertical stabilizer to make sure that it is also attached, and check those connections as well. Same thing on the other side with the elevator, although you also look down here for that trim tab. Make sure that that connection looks good. Again, exorcist over here. Yeah, then you continue, and chicken can do the other side. Good job, chicken. Amazing, as always. Double check that oil door cover and the cap and things like that. Then we come over here. And check the fuel caps when you're back there as well. Leading and trailing edge of the propeller. Make sure, looking for any significant nicks or cracks. Alternator belt, if there is one, you want, that's in our grab card. Generator alternator. So you got to make sure that that alternator is usable. Exhaust port, little to no movement. Air intake is clear. Shimmy damper, little to no movement. Nose wheel, 4 fingers or a fist. Make sure that there's not a significant amount of oil pooled in the little elbow here. Check that tire. Step back. Whoop. Look good. Look like an airplane. Ties, chocks, tow bar. Final walk around. Looks. Well, actually, hang on. Where is my... Oh, there. Maybe he wants to fill the tank with foam. How would that come out in the strainer? Would that even? Cheesy bread. See, you're gonna make me hungry. Hello, by the way. How's it going? I am hungry. I am hungry now. I should drink some water. No, I'm not hungry. I'm not hungry. Although chicken is looking mighty delightful. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Sorry, chicken. Jokes at chicken's expense. Sorry, I realized a little too late. I was probably like gurgling into the mic. All right. Good. Yeah. What was I doing? Oh, checklist. We are doing our proper checklists. Aircraft, nope. Home plane. All right, weather and density, altitude, weight and balance, performance requirements, flight plan. Filed. We filed our flight plan half an hour ago. Paper. Oh, and again. So this is Checkride practice, so we won't have actually filed a flight plan, but still got to talk, teach potentially through that. I'm not actually sure what that part's gonna go like. Aero, got all our papers. Control lock, master on, flaps extend, pitot heat tested, nav beacon and strobe, taxi landing light, fuel gauge is true, master off. Fuel quantity quality, caps, drains, vents, engine, oil, belt. Propeller, air intake, exhaust system, stall indicator. We're not putting our mouth on the wing. Surfaces and controls, pitot and static ports, good IFR stuff. Gear, tires, brakes, antennas, ties, chocks, baggage door, final walk around. So, final walk around for me is making sure I didn't leave anything on the nice tables of the aircraft. Ailerons have movement. Flight controls in general have movement. Fuel caps are nice and tight. Oil door and oil cap, good. No chocks, chies, and ties, chocks, tow bar. Anything else? Getting in the plane. All right. Interior, got our Hobbs time. Fuel is on both. Trim for takeoff. Circuit breakers, but-a-la-la-la-la. And I think, again, like for the GI-275s that the aircraft that I am going to be flying has, it is. If you lose the... See, it's kind of the opposite, because this one allows me to lose... Well, we'll play with that a little bit. This one allows me to lose the MFD, and then everything reverts to the PFD, but potentially, like, yeah, pop the circuit breaker on the PFD. Yeah, that thing. So, yeah, I'm not sure. Because, yeah, we do have to do that partial panel, so we will practice that, and we'll talk about it, try to at least, and yeah, yep. Feel both, circuit breakers, alternate static, do we have in this one? I don't see it. Oh, what is this one? That's a fuel valve. We're not gonna pull that. Okay. Well, yeah, we would check our alternate static. Yep. Because just in case our static port ices over. Yep. Oh, sorry. And brakes, pedal test. So make sure we have braking action. That's good. Passenger brief. Again, I haven't looked. I should take notes. Hang on. Things that I should work on. So yeah, passenger briefing, IFR? Question mark? Yeah, keep going on that. So yeah, sterile cockpit, no talking during takeoff and landing. Seat burp and/or other high workload situations. So not just takeoff and landing, probably through the approach. Not probably through the approach. Unless you see something, say something. Seatbelts on at all times. Exits out the doors to the left and right. For now, make sure they're shut and locked. If we lose power on the rollout, we will stop on the runway. If it is after takeoff and below 1,000 feet, we will land straight ahead. If it's above 1,000 feet, we'll consider making a turn back to the runway. We are in VMC. We have visual conditions. So we could do that. However, it would be at that point that we would have, depending on what the ceilings and stuff were, we would have an alternate, a takeoff alternate, and or we would have the takeoff approach potentially, the takeoff approach. Some approach at this airport briefed, loaded, just in case we have to come back around. So yeah, something like that. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, that. I'll add that to the thing. Passenger / emergency briefing. Because, yeah, I guess why wouldn't you have it loaded? Because you don't need your destination approach in right away. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, loaded so that you can activate it. Yes, okay. Sorry. All right. Do that. Come up here. Seat track, bag and lock, chicken. Avionics are off. Autopilot is off. Carb heat, we don't have. Beacon is on. Prime it. Don't need to prime this one. Mixture goes full rich. Throttle is slight. Brakes are set. Clear left. Clear right. Clear ahead. Clear back. Clear back. Clear prop. Master on. Mags. Hand on that throttle. Oil pressure and temperature. Well, actually, we'll put bomb that on so I can see it over here instead. Green and green. Well, oil pressure is coming up to the green, and oil temp to the green. Start oil pressure, flaps go up. Oop, that's the wrong button. All right, avionics, lights, landing taxi we'll put on, nav lights we won't put our strobe on yet, don't need our pitot. Goes up and around, we got all of that stuff done. Mixture's gonna go there-ish. I guess I won't go all the way up. All right, good. Avionics, nav lights, frequencies, ATIS, AWAS, and altimeter. All right. So, listening to our weather meter, or reading our weather, I guess. Brooke Neal. Sorry, not sorry. Let's see if Brooke Neal has a callable. What's it? 0. Oops. Victor. 4. New. I'm aware. Thank you. Okay. Yes. Okay. Calling.
To Verizon Wireless, your call cannot be completed as dialed.
No! Shoot! Okay, so that AWAS is out of order. So I guess we'll get Breezy Knoll. I guess we'll get Highview Font. I guess we'll get Lynchburg Regional. Okay, so the 20th at 0454 Zulu. Does math. It is most recent. Yes. Automated. 0 degrees to 0 knots, winds calm, 10 statute miles, clear of clouds, 16 degrees Celsius, 9 degrees for dew point. Altimeter 299.6. Remarks AO2 differentiates precipitation. Sea level pressure is 1013.6. Temperature is 15.6 degrees Celsius, 9.4 degrees for the dew point. And that is... I'm not sure. I feel like the 4 indicates something, and then the 0289 indicates something, and then the 0122 indicates something. But I don't know what that is. Question mark? I could look it up. Don't wanna. Sorry. I'm sorry. 299 or 6. So, Barrow. Does that jive? 650-ish for our elevation. It's a little off, so we're gonna go with elevation, which is 597. So we'll go like so. And like, yeah, right there is good. 29901. Well, so I see the METAR on here is 08 degrees, 80 degrees at 7 knots, 10 statute miles, and it's 29905. So, let's see. So 597 to 640-ish, slightly under 640. So 637, let's go with to make it easy. 37 is 40 feet off. Is that within limits? It is. Plus minus 75 feet. Is that something we should potentially get checked out? Maybe. Make sure that this is correct. 640. 2040. Good. Excellent. Excellent. What is 70 feet between friends? Yes, exactly. I mean, no, for legal reasons, that is a joke. Right, exactly. Well, and that was the thing is back when I did, that was something that I got really, that was kind of drilled into my head because the aircraft, my home aircraft wasn't certified for instrument stuff when I was doing my private. So the altimeter was, the altimeter was a bit off. So we would, set it to elevation or whatever and just kind of note what the difference was between the, again, and this is during private, not instrument. It did get certified when I started instrument. But for private, it was a really good lesson for me to, understand that 75-foot rule, as well as how to, like, if something was off like that, how to, know that and understand how to deal with it in visual flying, at least. So what am I doing? So we would go ahead and we'll just go ahead and put everything in just so that we don't have to deal with it. Okay, let me try to use this side. Cursor. There, I got it. Then we go here. Nope. And then we go, oh, you know what? You know what would be helpful for everyone involved? There. Oh, look at that. Bringing it down. Nope, 0. Yenta. And where are we going? No words I can't say because I'm a lady. Go. And guess what? We're going to 0 Victor 4. Cool. Surprise, sir freaking prize. Yenter. Yenter. Okay. Proceed. Nope. We're not going to do that yet. Cuz it's going to do silly things. Clear. Flight plan. Boom. And nav. Ooh, how do I do this over here? Okay, so nav. Nope, don't have to do that. Heading. Look at that. How do I tell what the heading bug is? Do I potentially have to look on the other screen? Oh, annoying. Okay. Oh, look at how slick that was. Okay, sorry. 060. So Brooke Neal. Such a dumb joke, but it just amuses me. Oh, would you look at that? Practice instrument approaches. Roanoke Approach Control will provide separation and sequencing for aircraft practicing instrument approaches at these airports. They're provided on a workload permitting basis. IFR aircraft conducting practice instrument approaches will be afforded IFR separation throughout the approaches. Good to know. Good to know. What am I looking for? That. I'm looking for that. 6'2" degrees for our, what's it called? There. All right, heading. Autopilot. We'll put our AFD on. We want to do heading mode. Not nav for now. GPS departure? Question mark? Approach, no. Vertical speed, no. Flight level change, yes. We're gonna go up to... I don't know. Hang on. $600. 3,500. Sure. Why not? Oh, I mean, well, no, it's fine. Flight director, altitude hold. Nope, not doing that for now. VNav, back course, flight level. Oop, flight level change. We'll go 80 knots. Perfect. All right, so we got that. Now our course. That's fun. That's barometric pressure. It's not gonna do anything until we actually have a thing. Can push the red button. Stop. Okay, so that's the display backup. So how do so I would need to do that if this went off, right? Because it's currently on. Ooh. It didn't work. It should mirror the PFD. Is it because the PFD is on? But that is cool. That is good to know. Because, yeah, I think there's some with the GI 275s too, and I think for instructor, he said something about, like, there is some way that you can, like, go in and do it manually, like with this little button. But yeah, that'll be something I'll have to play with when I get time in it. It should work regardless. You know, in the sim, not everything works. Oh, okay, fair. So, for potential future reference, right? Okay, that sounds good. Thank you. I appreciate that. Because, yeah, I'll be honest, I'm a little bit... This is something that I should have just gotten my double I done and out of the way before the avionics got updated. But at the same time, it's gonna make me better as an instructor for this specific aircraft to understand how all this stuff works and things like that, the reversionary and everything. That's what it said, right? Reversionary mode. So yes, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, so we have all of that stuff set. The flight director, again, is on. We will put autopilot on in order to get up to altitude so that I can figure stuff out. Pretend that maybe examiner is flying. Yeah, we'll go with that. Make things slightly easier, question mark. Okay, so let us go back to our checklist. So we got that stuff done. Now, so our frequencies, we're doing an RNAV approach. let me just see if there's anything. Yeah, nope. RNAV approach, so no nav frequencies. We would put our comm frequencies in. Okay. Got our ATIS AOS altimeter, seat belts, harness, heat vent defrost, transponder standby. There it is. Taxi lights on, radio test. So we would click it and make sure it says TX. And then we would hopefully, I don't know if somebody's there listening. Again, it will be at a Delta airport, so we should have radio communications there, as well as, yeah, once we actually call and get our clearance in an actual scenario, we would know whether our stuff worked, if it was on the frequency. Taxi light, radio test, brakes test. So, oops, hang on. I actually didn't start doing the brake test until my BFR student. Can I say student? My BFR, my first BFR student pilot person. He kind of introduced me to that. However, the one thing is, and I feel like I meant to bring it up to one of my other students as well, because we talked about that. And it was like, yeah, you totally can, you totally should. However, one of the things is there's plenty of times where we taxi and we go do our run up. So that's kind of, there's a lot of times that you actually test that, even if you don't do a specific brake check. But still good to do, still a good habit to get into. So we taxi for a little bit. We use the brakes, that looks good. Other side, test those brakes, good, excellent, bringing that back. Seating on the right side is weird, I know, but yeah. I'm trying to think, because one of the things, there's so many, I'm so used to it, but there's so many things that are so much more difficult on this side. Because it's meant for, you're meant to be in the left seat, but yeah. It's funny though, because the 150 has the flap thing, the flap gauge up here. So it's actually harder for my students to see the flap gauge than it is for me to see the flap gauge on the right side. So that's like one perk. But yeah, pretty much everything else is, yeah, way more geared to the left side. Yeah, brake test. Then we can do our attitude, heading, indicator, compass, and turn coordinator test. However, let me quick take a look. I think it is just a back taxi. So we will do our run up over here. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Like, I am, but I'm not. That's my brain during these things. Wee. Okay. Okay. So, attitude. So, our attitude indicator is not deflecting more than 5 degrees either way. Anyway, pitch or bank. I need to get to a, hang on, I need to turn around a little bit better. Attitude indicator. Our heading indicator should indicate known headings. So this direction is going to be our hang on. The opposite. +2, -2, 240 degrees. Yep, good. And then the other way will be our 060. So once we come around, we'll also do our turn coordinator. So our pink line there is going in the direction of the rudder. The ball is going opposite the direction of the rudder. Can you stop it? This lands on grass runways, it's fine. And then again, right rudder in the direction of the rudder. Ball opposite the direction. And then once again, yeah, that 040 the other way. You are actually excited to experience flying in the right seat, but you are sure you will regret saying that at some point. Yes, exactly. No, it was definitely, you get so used to being, and I've mentioned this, so I probably sound like a broken record, but the big thing is, like, you get so used to yoke. Well, actually, I'll go like this. Oops. So, like, think about, like, for a takeoff, right? So, pulling the yoke, like, throttles forward, and you bring the yoke back, right? Or actually, the landing is probably more of a thing. So, like, you're bringing... Yeah, just like you get so used to doing one thing with the yoke and another thing with the throttle, and then when you have to swap, you're like, okay, I have to bring the yoke back, so you bring the throttle back when you're on this side, right? So yeah, it's that, like, getting over that, as well as sight picture things. It's just like you get so used to the muscle memory stuff over here, you got to get used to the muscle memory stuff over this way, sight picture stuff. But then once you do it for a while, like, it gets easier. So it's up to you if you wanted to, at certain points, practice on one way or the other. But I don't know, it could be like getting that used to the left seat is actually good to then be able to get into the right seat. Yeah, it'll take a little bit of time to switch it over, but at least you have that really firm foundation in the one direction rather than swapping between. I don't know. But yes, it is. It's gonna be fun. It will be fun, definitely. I enjoyed doing it with number one instructor. I think that was probably one of the times. I remember a specific time where, yeah, that was maybe one of the moments where he thought I was trying to kill him coming in for a landing at one point. But yeah, it is what it is. You think the biggest thing is looking over at airspeed? Oh yeah, that as well, where all the instruments and stuff are, definitely. Driving over to sit in the middle. Right, exactly. The parallax thingy. What is the parallax thingy again? I know that. Googles furiously. That's the... I'm gonna know it once I look at it. Which part of that? Remind me what you mean there. Yeah, the perspective changes in terms of stuff. Yes, exactly. So like one of the things, like flying from the, like from the left seat, when you're in a turn this way, you seem like you're higher, but when you're in the right seat, it's the opposite. So like things that you, maybe like if you have more issues with a left turn than a right turn, you might have the opposite problem for the right side, because it's like that center axis you're on opposite sides of. So yeah, it does. It takes a little bit of getting used to, but it's just that experience thing, practice. You already have all the theory down. It's just, yeah, managing that difference. Okay, so we talked about the, what's it called? The tests, those instrument tests. Brakes are set, fuel is on, trim for takeoff, flight controls, make sure they are free and correct. Thumb points to the up aileron. Bringing the elevator back, bringing the yoke back moves the elevator up. Elevator, thumb points to the up aileron, yoke forward, elevator down, and rudder wiggle wiggle. Make sure that is in the correct direction. Instruments, checking again. Airspeed indicator is 0. Level, heading, shows what we're heading. Altimeter is correct. All those good things. 0 on our vertical speed indicator. Yeah, all those good things. Mixture, best in power, we're gonna throw that thing forward. Primer, don't have it, but it's in and locked. 1700. Yeah. Mags. All right, 1, 2 to the right, left, and 2 to the right, 1 to the left, watch that drop, and 1 to the right. So when did it mute? What's the last thing you heard me say, I guess? For the love of God, I'm so ticked. Help. After run up, I swear. Okay, I will try to remember everything. Okay, so we're talking about the parallax thing. I brought up that in the left seat, the RPMs over here. I'm gonna be so freaking angry all freaking night now. So parallax. So yes, the RPM thing over here, so needle, and it annoyed me, but it got me used to noticing those things and being better about those things, so that when I came over here, like the speed stuff was, I don't know, maybe a little bit easier. And then I also brought up that in the in my equipment lesson plan, that was one of the pros of the glass panel thing, is that it eliminates that issue. So I believe that that's where I specifically remember it from. Yep. And then when I was like, if you're looking at the, and then the fact that you didn't put meter at the end of speedometer made a mental image in my mind. In a car from the passenger seat will look slightly lower than what the driver will see. Exactly. I said thanks, Toy Goose, by the way. Very avian name, if it missed that. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. For the follow, putting up with me. And then you're studying for your double I got excited and everything. You probably saw that, but didn't hear any of it. So then, interrogation time. Well, okay, so first, I guess, again, disclaimer, just making sure it's not instruction. Study buddy. Yeah, so study buddy, call me out on stuff, bring stuff up and everything. And then the interrogation began. How'd you get into it? What are you working on? Like now, like where are you in the double I thing? How's instruction going? Where are you looking to go from here? And you don't have to answer any of that if you don't want to, but I am a curious thing. So anyway, there. Stressful right now? Okay, yes. So please, I would at least be curious, like how far along are you? What sort of things are you doing with your like training? How is yours going along? Because yes, I'm overly stressful in general about all the things, but like especially double I don't know, it's just it everybody says it's supposed to be super easy and everything, but it's also like, okay, but I want to make sure I do a good job, because like, I mean, apart from the fact that like teaching someone to fly from scratch is one thing, like making them capable of flying an aircraft is one thing, but then instrument stuff, that has, I don't know, that has its own like potential big responsibility, teaching people to fly in certain conditions, you know? So yeah, yep. And yes, he's actually about to take his IR check ride. But yes, I know, for some reason my mic keeps muting itself. I don't know why. I should Google that, figure that out, and just, yeah, just got 93 on the written today, if you didn't say that down there yet. Mic check, thank you, I'm sorry. Yes, you did say that. Okay. Yours is in about 3 weeks for double I. Terrified. Okay, fair. So do you know, well, so I assume you know who you're doing it with, and have you gotten like the gouge and everything, and you know what it's supposed to be and all that? After, yeah, okay. About 5, I'm sorry. It was before, god damn it, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry, language. So angry. Wait, you're gonna have your check ride in like a week? Within a week? I didn't realize it was that close. Well, that'll be interesting. You got this, yes. You all got this. We all got this. And I'm sorry. Ugh. You were actually doing corporate aviation, but it hasn't been as consistent as you'd like. So you've been instructing more and have committed to getting your double I. Cool. Oh, I love that. So like, I've heard good things about the corporate. I've heard not so good things about the corporate. And does that mean that you were doing corporate on your way to like the 1500 sort of a thing? But very cool. And yeah, I do. Having all of those like ratings and stuff, and that experience and that background, I do think definitely helps. Not just resume building, but also just in general, being like a better pilot. Instrument is intricate. I love that. Instrument is intricate. Beautiful. You do know who you're taking it with, but you haven't gotten the scenario yet. Okay, sounds good. And that is something that I didn't exactly think about, is that actual scenario. When Friendstructor took his scenario was it was an IPC check in a plane that he was selling him or something. So what Friendstructor did is he was like, oh, well, this will be not easy, but that makes it a little bit easier, because then it's like, if the IPC candidate doesn't know something, he can't call him out on anything. But then, yeah, the only thing I know about my DPE, well, not the only thing, but I took my initial with him. So he's very fair, and I know that he only goes with, on that chart in the PTS, with, if you have an instrument rating airplane, you only have to do these things. He only goes with that, so that's good to know. And then, yeah, one of the other primary instructor over at my work airport took his II with my examiner, so I do have that sort of a thing. So you're just waiting to do the what is that? Like, to get the actual scenario, right? So like, oh, we're gonna go on this cross-country flight sort of a thing, right? You meant within a few weeks. Okay, I was like, oh my god. So, okay. So it is. All the things are gonna happen pretty soon. All of us are gonna have new ratings, hopefully, within soonish. I don't know. I'm still in like a couple weeks. Is it next weekend? Gonna hopefully fly with Friendstructor. The plan is to fly with Friendstructor, final time, get signed off, and then, yeah, then figure out when my examiner's available. But I still feel so you do have the 1500. You just you like corporate, but it's hard to find jobs. Oh, okay, sounds good. And that's the thing, is I'm so not in that area yet, so I don't know how all of that stuff works, so apologies for not knowing the things. But interesting, that's cool that you're able to do that, but then still come back and, yeah, do this stuff too. You still have like 5 hours of simulated instrument needed. Okay, sounds good. We all got this, absolutely. Well, we will. I'll do my best to, yeah, do, I don't know. I feel like the pressure's on. That, you know what? It's what I need, I guess. That's what I need. So, I guess I don't know if he's gonna ask about giving a craft clearance, or if I have to like teach the craft clearance or anything. Again, that isn't required for ATC clearances, and procedures aren't required. So I guess we will skip it for now. We will all get it done, yes, sooner or later. So again, I'm gonna be at a Towered airport, so we would probably, we'd call up. Maybe he would, maybe no. I don't know. I could. We're not gonna do it now, because oh my god, it's really late. So we're just gonna ignore all of the things that we don't need to do. So going to 06, runway 06. You arrived late, but is this the scenario we're working through? We don't have a scenario. We're literally just gonna like take off, do maneuvers, and then come back in. Cause so
approaching runway 06.
Thank you, ForeFlight. So yes, since I don't know what specific scenario, and you know what, that would probably be a good idea. I should probably, I don't, like, on one hand, I wanna contact my examiner to like get on the schedule, sort of, but also if he's like, oh yeah, I'm free within the next whatever, I'll be like, no. I want it to be a certain amount of time out, but not too far out, sort of a thing. But yeah, so that would be good to contact him, get on the schedule, as well as get, yeah, what the scenario is. But yeah. Yeah, so we don't have an actual scenario. Bet you're ready, but not 2 days from now ready. Right, exactly. Sorry, I'm getting, right. Well, and, and again, for me, I'm like, I still don't feel like I'm ready, but also that is just a me thing. Brick Neal, traffic. Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, bag taxi 06. Brick Neal.
Approaching runway 06.
Hang on. Landing nights. There we go. We wouldn't do that at a towered airport, but.
Entered runway 06. 2,800
Oh God.
feet remaining.
So we're gonna go this way. Yep. I thought that was a gigantic aircraft. It is not. It is a building. I don't know. Like, last time I was with for instructor, he said that he would sign me off like right then, and I was like, no. So I don't know. And part of me is like people say it's supposed to be really, really easy, but it's like, yeah, and that'll be the one. Well, okay. So, and again, not admission, but like readmission. I busted my instrument check ride, so that's probably like another reason for reasons. We won't get into that now. But again, I own my mistakes. Yeah, so that's like another reason why I'm like nervous about it, because if I bust my double I, it's like, okay, that is like, that doesn't look good, you know? I'm just not a good instrument pilot, apparently. So yeah, I do. I want to do a good job, and I don't want to be like, oh yeah, this is gonna be super easy, and then bomb the sucker. Plus, I want to make sure I'm gonna be, yeah, an actually good instructor. So yeah. Anyway, so yes, we will be ready when we're supposed to be ready. When it comes down to it. How's that sound? All right, greens. Green. Flaps are up, mixer full rich. Throttle's where it's supposed to be. Trim for takeoff, fuel is on. All the good things. Brooke, Neal, traffic. Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1 departing 06 to the north. Brooke, Neal. Sorry. It's not, I'm sure it's not actually that funny, but it is. It's funny to me. Dancing, keep them rudders dancing. Airspeed's up and greens. Rotate here. I tried so hard to make that work. Can you not? Runway heading 06 would be lovely. All right, so let's follow our flight director, shall we? All right, once we're 400 feet up, we can start our IFR turn. That's 400. So coming up on 5. So green, we're gonna start our turn. Green, all the good things. Okay. Autopilot, and then let that go, and then we're gonna go on a heading of north. Oh God, I have to see the actual heading. All right, we'll let it get us up to altitude. There, okay. I'm a good, how would you know I'm a good instructor? I don't do instruction on here. But I do, I appreciate that. But like, it is, there's just so many. And I think part of the thing too is like, I am coming up on first, sending first student or student to first check ride or first student to first check ride. Yeah, that. And it's like there's still that part where I feel really confident in him, but at the same time I'm like, okay, what are things that maybe I have neglected to go over? Because that's like, he can't know all the things. I need to be the one that knows all the things. So there's like certain things where I'm like, I should like try to go over a little bit more. We've gone over all the things, and he answers all the questions and everything. So like, especially with the instrument stuff, what things am I going to potentially miss? Because I'm also, I finally got to, so I guess put slight story time. I did. So yes, so Friendstructor talked about his scenario that he did the IPC check, that it was an IPC check and everything. Flight level change. I guess, fine. Maybe we'll bring this. Oh, shoot, wrong way, wrong thing. That's not what I wanted. Oh, well now it's... Sorry, let me get to my altitude here quick. Yeah, so like, that's what my instructor brought up, was the IPC check. And I realized, I was like, I have not been thinking about the IPC check really at all. I've been gearing my own stuff. The hell are you doing? Sorry. Talking to my autopilot. Huh. Apparently it's a little bumpy here. So I guess we'll see what happens. Yeah, so I hadn't been like looking at the IPC check really. And then I also kind of realized, you know, I haven't really thought about my syllabus either. Cause I have a, like, not bare bones, but like I have a way that I structure my private stuff. And I feel like that works really well. And what I did was I kind of based it off of what number one instructor did for mine, like how my training kind of went. So like discovery flight, fundamentals, fun stuff, fly over the house, things like that. Maybe a little bit of slow flight. All of my students recently have had their discovery flights done by somebody else, so it's like I come back in with, yeah, the other stuff. But yeah, as well as like doing like the pre-flight weather checks. I do PAVE for the first how many lessons, get that down, and then send them Friendstructor's PAVE 2.0, and then have them do it on their own. But so like I really remember how my initial training went, my private training went, as well as a lot of my private Checkride. The instrument training is a little bit wibblier. So I'm a little nervous about that, but I did try to, so Friendstructor gave me his sort of like layout, and I used that as sort of like the skeleton of it. And then I like added in certain things from what was in my logbook and how my logbook / training went. So yeah, so that I feel like really kind of put things that I had been agonizing over into perspective by getting out of the lesson plan mode and into the actual practical application of it. So yeah, where was I? Hang on, coming back. That was going somewhere. But yeah, so that was like the big sort of like, okay, it's not just about knowing the things. I have to get into the instructor mindset, how to like teach the things, sort of a thing. So yeah, you're definitely more nervous about the oral than the actual flying part of your check ride. So, and I'm trying to remember how mine went. The sticking point that my DP got me on the instrument, my instrument check ride. Not a bus thing, but it was just the one thing that he, like, yeah. Wow, yeah. And it got me digging myself a hole that, like, that was one of my weak spots, sort of a thing. And he apparently really likes this one, is the WAS RAIM distinction and understanding that. So RAIM, Receiver Autonomous Integrity Monitoring, that is in the receiver. The WAS, Wide Area Augmentation System, everywhere else it's GNSS. Hang on, nope, GBAS, no, SBAS. Everywhere else, WAS is SBAS. Everywhere else, GPS is GNSS. But WAS, Wide Area Augmentation System, that is the satellite system's own integrity monitoring, and they send to WAS-capable receivers, if that makes sense. So he asked me something about, like, he was one of the things is, like, his question was, like, is it in the box, sort of a thing. No, WAS is not in the box. It's up in the satellites, and the receivers receive the things. But yeah, I'm not sure I fully, yeah, that was one of my tricky things. And one of the things is, like, the aircraft I was flying did not have WAS at the time, so I was like, yeah, that. So, again, that's one of the things, like, every check ride, they're gonna find weak spots. So just make sure it's not one that's failable. But yes, yeah, you're gonna be fine. Cause of regs. Oh, cause of the regs. Yeah, kind of more just the unknown of what the examiner will ask. Well, that's with every check ride, right? One of the big things is be really familiar with your aircraft and how you specifically fly, or how you specifically are going to fly, how your school, like, yeah, those ops. And I think that'll probably help, because there's so many. We've gone over how many of these things, and there's always something, right? So you're not gonna know everything. You're not gonna see everything. And you don't need to know everything, as long as you're gonna be safe. And again, with every check ride, as long as, even if you don't know it specifically, as long as you know where to find it or how to find it, you'll be fine. Or else all these make you nervous too. Yes, something about the DP staring at you while you walk them through something. Oh yes, exactly. And then depending on, like, the examiner, if they're intimidating, that helps. But I don't know, I guess I feel like I've gotten a little bit better with that. Although then again, my original DPE, he was a bit intimidating. Again, excellent pilot and very fair and fair examiner and everything, but he was intimidating. But yeah, so I haven't had a check ride with him since commercial, but I'm trying to think. No, my multi was not, like, a very intimidating person, but you know what? Okay, yeah, no, never mind. I'm just talking out of whatever. Yeah, it is. It's intimidating. I thought I was gonna be able to say, you know what? It gets easier, like, the more you do and the more you do in quick succession, but no, never mind. Guess not. And I think one of the things that makes it a little bit easier is, like, starting to get used to being, like, not saying too much and being okay with letting yourself sit there and be like, I'm not gonna answer anything more until you give me a little more information about what you want, instead of just allowing me to dig myself into a hole. So I guess that's probably the biggest thing of after taking so many check rides, you get a little more used to letting that discomfort sit there. But yeah, but definitely, because like, and then it is, you're not sure, depending on if you've had them or not, whether what their reaction is. Are they trying to hint at something? Are they trying to get you to say more than you should? You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, because our minds always try to set ourselves up. It's like that with you. You need to ask people about your pros because you're laser focused, and your cons, right? Exactly. Right, and it is, but. And that there is a balance. There should be a balance anyway, between like you should look at the things that can be improved, but you also need to be able to accept those things that are good. It's just so much easier to keep looking for the things that are not, especially when you finish your answer and they just stare at you. Exactly, that's the point. It's like you finish your answer, you just sit there and be like, okay. If you want to ask me more questions, you go ahead and ask me more questions. Otherwise, we're just going to sit here in silence, and that clock is just going to tick, tick, tick. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Just smile and hope they say something to break the silence. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what you have to do. You have a huge problem digging yourself into a hole and getting yourself into trouble. Okay, have you been asked the question, do you know what time it is? What would be your answer to that question? They trap you with the really? Are you sure? Right, and that's the thing is like there's some DPs that are like, they'll kind of nudge you a little bit to be like, okay, you need to give me a little bit more, or like you're about to screw yourself over. But then also, yeah, it's a trap, because they'll be like, are you sure? And then you gotta be like, oh God, okay, maybe, I don't know. Yeah. So you never know. Could be one or the other. DP hands you a shovel. Oh, exactly. Ooh, the ticking, yes. It's a pipe bomb. No, you haven't been asked that, but I would probably just say, I am not sure, let me check. No, your answer is just either yes or no. Because what was the actual question? Do you know what time it is? No, you don't ask Zulu time. No, see, you're asking a question. You're leading the examiner with that. You just say, if it is, do you know the time? Do you know what time it is? It's if you know it, yes. If you don't know it, you just say no. If they ask you what time is it, you don't ask. You don't ask Zulu time. You don't say anything like that. You just say whatever it is. 4:30. Only answer exactly what the question is, because otherwise that allows you, like asking those broad questions gives you the opportunity. That's where you start digging yourself. I love that one. That's like one of my favorite ones to tell my students, because it's like, it's also one of those politeness things, right? And I think that gets a lot of people. I definitely know it's gotten me on things, but it is, you're perfectly capable of being polite without, yeah, digging yourself into a hole, or like letting them let you dig yourself into a hole. Just be sure of yourself, even if you don't know, but be confident. They feed off of fear. Absolutely they do. Yes. Well, but again, there's also be confident, but also make sure you are correct. Because like that is the thing. Some DPs will throw you a bone and be like, okay, you're about to bust this. I'm gonna give you a chance here. But yeah, that gets into like sort of trappy territory there, and yeah, definitely if you absolutely know for sure, be confident, just do it. But yeah, digging your hole too, you got me. Yes, exactly, and that's the thing. That is the thing too, and I think one of the things that I did with that is when we were doing performance calculations, or we were during my check ride and we were doing performance calculations, I was really, what's the word? We practice this a lot in the sim, and I practice it a lot on my own, doing the performance calculations. And we were talking about them, and I specifically asked, I was like, well, do you want me to do the calculation? And he's like, oh yeah, sure. Whether or not he wanted me to initially, whether he was going to make me at all, maybe he wasn't going to make me do the calculations. But because I offered that, he was going to take it. So again, be confident, but leave the DPE wanting more. Even if you're really confident about something, well, okay, two different ways of doing this. If you're really confident about something, maybe lead them that direction so that, you know what I'm saying? So that like you get into the areas that you're really good with. But you better be damn sure that you are actually very good at it, because that will lead to you digging the hole. Like, again, asking the Zulu Zulu time, that's leading them in a certain direction. Don't volunteer any information. Exactly. Oh, okay, hang on. Feed off of the uncertainty. Just pretend the DP is speaking Chinese. Yes, exactly. Buy yourself the time. Absolutely. Yeah, so that's just like, yes, be confident, but still just answer whatever the questions are. Even if you know more, say the absolute bare minimum to answer just that question. Like I said, if you know what time it is, just say yes. You don't have to say, let them ask you the question. So, yeah, anyway, sorry. Soapbox. Shall we do some maneuvers? What do we have to do? Hang on, let's go. Let me find the PTS. But yeah, that's one of the things. If you have the opportunity, like with your instructors or with somebody, practice that stuff. Like, let them, like, if they're asking you questions, make sure you don't lead anything. And when I was practicing with my multi-instructor, I don't know if he got annoyed with me or I don't know, but it was like he would ask me questions, we were practicing stuff, and I was practicing not volunteering too much information. So he would ask a question, and I would give the little squinty eyes. What are you doing? I would give the little squinty eyes and just give like the bare minimum information. So then he would have to, yeah, like continue leading me into the questions, which is like, hey, I am practicing. So yeah, and that was one of the things too, I will say. So for multi, I had practiced drawing. It wasn't for my instructor, instructor at all, but I had practiced drawing the fuel system. I had practiced drawing all of the systems just like my instructor had taught me, so that it would help me get that stuff in mind. So when on my check ride, examiner asked about the fuel system, I started describing it, and it didn't feel right. It didn't feel good to me. So I was like, can I just draw it? And examiner goes, okay. So then I did. I was like, so I volunteered, I'm gonna just draw the thing. So I did. I went through the thing as I had practiced, and that was done. You know what I mean? So there's like, if you're gonna volunteer something, make sure that you really got it down. And I did. I definitely like left some of the bits out in case it got asked about, but then it never did. So yeah. Anyway, so okay, sorry. What are we doing? So we're talking about fundamentals. Should we get it? Well, okay. So, well, no. We're okay. Hang on. So fundamentals of instrument flying. So straight and level, turns, climbs, descents. Hiccup. All right. Big thing is you got to work on your scan. That is our primary thing. So our scan, our attitude indicator is the center. That is, in visual flying, we fly based on the horizon. So when we're in instrument conditions, IMC, we don't have a horizon off which or by which to fly. So we use an artificial horizon, our attitude indicator. Isn't that nice? So that's going to be our center, the hub of our spokes. So we're going to always come back to our attitude indicator. We're going to go out to our other instruments, out to our airspeed, back to our attitude indicator, out to our altimeter, back to our attitude indicator, down to our heading indicator and navigational equipment, things like that, back up to our attitude indicator, up to our turn coordinator, back down to our attitude indicator, and continue going that. Our eyes are constantly moving, making sure that the aircraft is doing what we expect it and want it to do. So first, before that, we have to actually set up our aircraft. That's why it is most important to be familiar with the aircraft you're actually flying for instrument purposes. So pitch plus power equals your performance. So you're gonna set your power at what you expect the cruise power to be, or what you calculated the cruise power to be, what you're familiar with the cruise power being in that aircraft, and then set the pitch at what it is supposed to be in order to maintain that level of flight, right? So then once you have that set, then you get that scan in. So you're setting it, and you know what? I haven't practiced this in a while, so let me go back. There's there's a little acronym that I had. So let me go back up. CPN. Nope, not that one. Establish, trim, cross-check, adjust, etc., etc. So you establish it, set your pitch and power using your control instruments. So that is your tachometer and your attitude indicator. You trim it, neutralize and control pressures, and then you cross-check in your scan. Those are your performance instruments, giving you that data about how the aircraft is actually performing based on that set power and pitch. And then you adjust your attitude and or power settings based on what the data from the control instruments is giving you. So if you are nice and straight and level, everything's going fine, that's good. If, however, you think you're supposed to be straight and level, but you're losing altitude, then you have to figure out, okay, do I just need to bring my nose up? Do I need to add a little bit more power? Which one of those? So you cross-check your instruments. If your airspeed is too high and you're losing altitude, just bring that nose up. And then vice versa. Yep, those sorts of things. And then, and again, that's probably going way too into things. This is the thing. So like, again, I mentioned leaving the instructor wanting more, or leaving the examiner wanting more. You also leave your students wanting more. And I brought this analogy up too for anybody who's into like writing and film and characterization, things like that. So characters, in order to write a good character, you as the writer you have to know all the things about that character. You don't have to put everything in there, that's just too much about that character. But all the things that you know will inform what comes out in that character, regardless of whether you actually straight out state it, right? So, knowing all this stuff and practicing all the stuff that goes into all this stuff, you're gonna say less than you know, or you should, because too much of that stuff is not going to go well when you're teaching the student, as well as if Yeah, during the check ride as well. Anyway, sorry. But yes, I am. I'm going probably way too into stuff. But it would sound more like, yeah, one of the things is in the PTS for the double I think it says something in there where it's like you can choose either the control performance method or the primary and secondary method. So I would almost think that I would have to bring up the pitch and power thing. Oh shoot, I wanted to do a thing first. Okay, I do want to turn because we're in the MOA. Or under it. We're probably under it actually. Let me look. So yeah, definitely saying a lot. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna practice it and we'll see what happens in the actual check. So yeah, so then for climbs and descents, you can either do a constant speed climb and descent or a constant rate climb and descent. So you establish either the constant rate or the constant speed first, and then you... Oh no! Checks. Okay. Nobody I know. Okay, so for the climb, well, it's not going to allow me to climb with this, but for the climb, you would increase power, set your either constant speed or constant rate, hold those, trim it to release control pressures, and then cross-check your instruments. So as you're in a climb, say, constant speed, your attitude is going to be up, nose up, and your airspeed should be constant, altimeter should be going up, heading should be straight if you're not in a turn, maintaining, and your turn coordinator should be coordinated. For a descent, opposite, you'll bring power out a little bit. The attitude indicator should show slightly nose down. Constant speed versus constant rate. Say it's a constant rate descent for this, 500 feet per minute. That should be set. That. Yes, that's very good instructor terminology. Noises. 500 constant rate descent, 500 feet per minute. Set that, establish that, trim it. Airspeed is going to be what it's going to be based on that 500 foot per minute descent. Heading again should be straight, and not changing. And turn coordinator should be coordinated. All right, so then for a nice straight and level turn, we are going to usually, that's one of the big things, is that in instrument flying, you typically do a standard rate turn in most situations. However, if it's a very, like, a slight heading change, you're just going to do a very slight bank. Let me double check for this one. It's something to do with divide by something. So if it's like a 30, I think it's, let me find it specifically. Change of airspeed. Yeah, we got to talk about too. Turns. Okay, so determine the direction and angle of bank required. So make sure you're going to be turning in the correct direction, as well as how much angle of bank that you're going to use. So that's if the So yeah, so whatever number of degrees you need to turn, use that for your bank angle, but don't make it more than 30 degrees. So like if you have to turn 10 degrees, just use a 10 degree bank. 15 degrees, 15 degree bank. 30 degrees, 30 degree bank. If it's more than that, standard rate turn, don't exceed 30 degrees. Okay. For that, we'll start out nice and straight and level. So we'll go 270 degrees. We'll turn to a heading of west. So standard rate would be on that line, I believe. That's the line for standard rate. And as you can see, we are not more than 30 degrees at that standard rate. And it is. Our attitude indicate, actually I'm gonna turn it all the way around. We're gonna keep on turning. So as you can see, our attitude indicator is turning Standard rate should be constant. Our airspeed should be what it's going to be. That should be constant as well. Altimeter should be constant. If I didn't already say attitude indicator is turning. Our turn coordinator should be coordinated. And our heading should be changing. Same the other way. Gets back to 270. So yeah, and that's one of those things too. Like, again, the airspeed indicator should be constant. One of the things that I could say is like, okay, your airspeed is probably going to be slightly less than cruise flight because you are banked. You have that nose up to hold that level flight, unless you added power for that turn. Would I bring that up in Checkride? No, probably not. Would I bring that up right away in instruction? Probably not. But that's one of the big things about like the fundamentals of the instrument flying is just really getting used to what you're expecting from those instruments and getting like, yeah, used to what you're expecting as well as used to what they are doing, if that makes sense. So yeah. So we talked about straight and level, talked about turns. Let me see if change of airspeed in turning flight, change of airspeed in straight and level flight, and then constant airspeed climbs, constant airspeed descents, constant rate climbs, constant rate descents. We kind of talked about those all together. Okay. So yes, the changing of airspeed. So yes, I guess this does kind of come up. So if you wanted to change your airspeed while you were, well, okay, so change of airspeed in straight and level flight. What's gonna happen if, well, we need to add more power, right? But what's gonna happen if we add more power and we don't do anything else? We're gonna start a climb. So we need to, as we power in, pitch that nose down and trim to relieve control pressures. So that is, we bring that power, so that power comes in, we're resetting our pitch, our performance things, we're resetting those. We increase power, decrease pitch to maintain the same altitude. Yeah. Same thing, if we want to decrease our speed and we simply just decrease our power, then that's going to put us into a descent. So we need to decrease power, increase pitch. It is a equation, a, what's the word? A something relationship, a symmetric relationship, an asymptotic, no. I don't know what I'm trying to remember, sorry. But yeah, that thing. So yeah, whatever you do with pitch, you're going to have to do something with power in order to maintain the same configuration. In turning flight, there's two different ways you can do that. You could change your speed while you're actually turning, or change your speed first and then turn. Make things easier, especially in that IMC. Because that's the big thing, is making things easier on yourself is not configuring or trying to configure more than one axis at a time, and or more than one control at a time. However, if you do have to do that, just think of those same things. Like in the turn, you're going to need a little more nose up to begin with, so if you add a little bit of power, you won't need as much nose up. So yeah, like we talked about, if when you're turning, your speed might be lower than straight and level, unless you add a little bit of power, add a little bit of power, and then you just wouldn't need to move that nose. Or if it starts ballooning, yeah, then you do put that nose down a little bit. As always, establish it, trim it, cross-check it, always maintaining that scan, and adjust. Understanding whatever you're doing, straight and level, turn, climb, descent, what are those instruments supposed to be saying? Do they make sense? Do they concur? So like if you did, if you're, well, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. So yeah, making sure we're not fixating on any one of them, omitting any of them, emphasizing any one of them. All of them are necessary and relevant, and yeah, they'll help us doing all of them. They will help us maintain what we're supposed to be maintaining. Yeah, that. I don't know. Oh, and that's the other thing too. So like in here, I haven't looked at this in a while. So like constant rate climbs, constant rate descents. Let me see about the constant speed. So like descents, 3 degrees nose down plus descent power gives you your constant airspeed descent. And then constant airspeed, 10 degrees nose up plus full power gives you your constant airspeed climb. Versus constant rate, constant rate climb, 5 to 10 degrees nose up plus full power is going to give you the constant rate climb. So it depends. Then there's the other things on here, like, where was it? So yeah, the descent, 3 degrees nose down and descent power. So reduce and set the power for descent, maintain straight and level as the airspeed decrease. Okay, sorry. So for constant airspeed descent, reduce the power for descent, maintain straight and level as the airspeed decreases. As you're approaching the desired airspeed, lower the nose to descend at that speed. So yeah, those are things that I mean, I feel like I explained how to do the things, right? Like, all right, kind of. But like those precision things, I have to get back into these to do. Yeah, so there's that. Then we're gonna skip the turns to compass headings, the time turns to magnetic compass headings again, because I haven't gone over that again since last time we spoke. Steep turns, haven't really gone over that either. Recovery from unusual flight attitudes, we talked about that last time, so I guess we'll leave that one for now. It's getting kind of late, so we'll get to the approach portion, because I think, let me double check. Like I said, this is why it's just a MockISH check ride. Because yeah. Whoa. What? Jeez. We got quite the freaking wind. We are going like straight southwest, and I am on a completely west heading. Okay. It's good to know. Okay, so okay, so approach stuff, I guess. Let me actually get back to. So I have this, make it a this thing, split view, find my flight lesson plans. Instrument approach procedures. It's way too much stuff. Yeah. So we were doing a precision approach, or honorary precision approach. Alright, okay. So yeah, so precision approach has a decision altitude. It has a glide slope, I should say, and therefore has a decision altitude. Well, actually, first, hang on. We'll go outside for just a little bit. Because otherwise I will forget. And then we won't be able to see how pretty everything is. I like getting that sun in there. It's a good, nice picture. Then we go the other side. For some reason, I feel like I don't go on this side very much. Wobble, baby, wobble, baby. Okay, cool. Look at the nice greeneries, the yellows. Wow. Noom. Noom. Excellent. Okay. And now we go under the hood. On this beautiful day. Actually, first I have to put the approach plate up for you guys. Boom. Oh, not like that. Sorry. Sorry. Web full. No. Fade. Web. There. Okay. So there's that. There's that. Okay. So now I have to set it so that you guys don't need to see that, but I do need to see that. Okay. So there's that. There. Okay, I guess that's good-ish. Oh, no. Oh, there. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. So, okay, so I guess we'll try and set the flight plan in here. Flight plan. We're going to do the RNAV 6. And, oh, geez, we rolled that we were doing the missed approach. Gosh darn it. Okay, fine. Fine. Okay, fine. Sorry. Flight plan. Procedure. So happy right now. Enter. Enter. RNAV 6. Good. Vectors, no, we will do hurt. Enter. Minimums. So we are doing LPV. You got that up there. Excellent. So LPV, our minimums are 868. Ah, okay. I have to get the yoke off. Okay. Stop moving. Ugh. Posture is awful. 870, good. Enter. So let's check. So from hurt to Mephi. Hurt to Mephi. 7.5 miles, 133 degrees. Mephi to Yabov, 62 degrees, 5.4. Ajfob is, look down here, 2.5 on that 62 degrees. To runway 6 is 3 nautical miles. So we do have a VDP on the middle there, but we'll ignore that for now. We have talked about that before. But that it, well, okay, so that is where, okay, well, that's LNAV only anyway. So, yeah, anyway, my bad. 3 miles and 62 degrees. And then 62 degrees goes to 1100 is our, yeah, climb to 1100. Her left climbing turn to 3000 to Wugad and hold. That is our missed approach hold point of 8.9 nautical miles. Sure. All right, that's cool. That's good. Good to know. Good to know. Good to know. And then hold. Yeah, cool. Cool, cool, cool. 198 degrees. Affirm. Activate. Enter. So, get into mother flippin' nav mode. Are you gonna turn? All right. So yes, we are turning direct. So yes, again, ATC procedures potentially not needed on the Checkride, but for practice, we would not be able to go direct to the initial approach fix unless it was either in our flight plan and or we had been cleared to it. So, yeah, so things like, how far are we? How far are we from this? How much can I blabble? 20 miles. Okay, okay, sounds good. So, depending, again, I'm just gonna like, all the things, I'm just gonna, yeah, what's it called? Word vomit. So let's say you're on like a long cross country for it. If you like, I have heard at least that on the, once you get sent off to a frequency that's like within 50 nautical miles, depending on how slow you go, I guess, or how fast you go, within like 50 nautical miles, you could like request your airport or be ready, or your approach and everything, or at least be ready for that. So when you check on with them, you can say, hey, I'm requesting the RNAV 06 into Brookneal via HERT. And then they might say, clear direct HERT, expect the RNAV 06 into Brookneal. And then you would read that back. Direct HERT, expect RNAV 6 into Brookneal, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. And then you are cleared direct to that initial approach fix, at which point, well, yeah, at some point, well, yeah, now we're just waiting a little bit. So we'll go ahead and brief it again. RNAV runway 6, up to date. Approach course is going to be 62 degrees. Keeping that in mind, again, that's runway. 3,800 for our runway length, 600 for our touchdown zone elevation. Irrelevant so far for, oh, and that's the thing is, so, okay. Weather first. So if we did not ask, if we did not specifically ask for it or like put it into our check on with center, they would say Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, let us know when you have the weather at Brookneal and what approach you would like to request. And then we would say either stand by or we will do, and then we would call them up again and let them know the same thing, and then they would do the same thing. So we would have already gotten the weather. We would get the weather at Brookneal. 070 degrees at 8 knots, 10 statute miles, 299 or 6. Beautiful. So, boom. So that would. Here's that situation where those notes would actually come into play. So, can't get our METAR, can't get our weather. So we would have to use the Lynchburg, which we did when we took off. So if we were doing that, where is that Lynchburg? We're probably on the opposite side. We're on the opposite side, aren't we? Awful, 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 awful. Well, yeah, so that's what we would do. And then we would have to follow those notes. But since we have 4 flights, we're going to do that instead. Okay, so we're doing the WAS LPV. So we did our ATIS and AWAS, our ABCs, ATIS, AWAS, and then our build it, bug it, brief it. We've built it. We will bug it. We're gonna put our heading on this for now, just in case, but we'll keep in mind that 62 degrees. We don't have to do anything with our course. because it is an RNAV approach. So build it, bug it. At this point, our autopilot does have VNAV, so we're gonna bring our altitude down to our lowest, which is 870 for our minimum. Ah. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to turn it and, yep, no. There, now our vertical path is set. $800, and I think 900 is all we're gonna be able to do. Oh, and then the minimums should come up somewhere. So our glide path is in view and active, question mark, already? No, we'll see. But I'll have to figure out if and when our things are gonna come up there. Can double check our altitudes here. So I'm not quite entirely sure if and when it's going to be. Yeah, so hurt we could put in here. Hang on, let me.
Destination AWAS is 120.575.
Thank you, ForeFlight. We're gonna try the VNAV thing on this. So yeah, so they might say, enter. Cross, okay, so Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, cross Hurt at or above 3,000 feet. Cleared RNAV 6 into Brook Neal. Then we would say Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, cross Hurt at or above 3,000, cleared RNAV 6 into Brook Neal. And then we would say Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. No traffic observed between you and the Brook Neal Airport. Let us know in the air on the ground whether you'd like to cancel IFR. Change to advisory frequency is approved. We'll let you know on the ground, and change to advisory frequency is approved. Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. So yes, I'm wondering when it's gonna start our vertical path here. Again, we're still trying to figure out this autopilot silliness, but so we did. It was like, where are we at? We're at 500 feet. We need to lose 500 feet. 500 feet a minute would be like a minute. It only takes us a minute to get down to 500 feet. So depending on how long, I don't know. Oh, vertical path is armed and working. Woo! Question mark, question mark, question mark. So it's going to that 3,000. So if I go like that, altitude vertical path, question mark, yeah, yay, okay, that's helpful and nice. So yeah, hopefully my DP is gonna be the one flying. So then, and then our checklist. So we're gonna bring our power down, because we are descending as well. So we want to bring that power down so that our speed goes down as we're descending. So carb heat, don't need, fuel is on, undercarriage is fixed, mixture is full rich. Oh yeah, I guess we could put the strobes on. Power, propeller, pumps, safety, seatbelts, and security. And I do potentially need to look at, that's the other thing I need to do. So adding more things to the things that I have to look into. So the fundamentals that I didn't do. And then like IFR checklist, just to make sure I get those down. So Friendstructor has some, and I have some in my lesson plans and everything, but I haven't fully utilized it very well probably yet. Forgive me. But yeah, that's making sure I'm doing all of the things. Time, gear, tower, power, lights. Turn. So we turned, we time, we twist, we throttle, we talk, if necessary. Our base leg or procedure turn, slow to 100 miles per hour, so we can get the power a little bit higher now that we're level 100 miles per hour. Good. CTAF tower in standby, so we would have switched our frequencies or like had that adjusted. Yep. Airplane is still clean, and delete the procedure turn or hold if straight in. So on this approach, hello. Fly with Alicia, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you very much. Putting up with me and my shenanigans, my sillinesses. Happy to have you here. Hope you're well. Okay, hang on. Come back. Man, you wish you had a glass cockpit for your Checkride, right? Exactly. And autopilot, right? Yeah, I know. Well, but and that's the thing. So it is. I will say, learning the instrument stuff, steam gauges, manual. It's one of those things where learn that stuff as your law of primacy, your initial stuff. It makes everything easier and make more sense, because this stuff is based off of that stuff, right? So being able to get through, and the one the GPS guy, during his talk, one of the things that he said was, if you get through your instrument rating without autopilot and stuff like that, like, that's kudos. So it's a good, very good skill to have. Oh, hello, heart. But yes, and that is the thing. So I'd almost be more comfortable with the steam gauges for my Checkride, because I know how without sounding awful, I know how all that stuff works. And I can talk about that stuff better. Like, if you lose this, it's gonna look like this, and this. Whereas, like, again, with the PFD versus the MFD, it's like all that stuff is like voodoo-y witchcraft going on in the cockpit and under the dash, behind the dash and stuff. And it's like, bleh? Yeah. So then it's like, if you do partial panel, it's like press the button and it goes on the thing. But do you have it anyway? So yeah. So it's like all this like weird stuff about if you lose. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway. Sorry. You're sure you'll look back and be glad that you started on very manual planes with steam gauge? Right. Yes. You absolutely definitely will. And like, again, it's like it seems like there's different things that go with the glass. There's different, I don't want to say regulations, but like procedures with the glass stuff. Like, what things can you do? What can't you do if something's not working? So like, one of the questions is, I think, if your backup airspeed indicator doesn't work, can you still go fly? Depends, I think, on the specific avionics, as well as, even if you could, would you? Right? Like, that's one of the questions too, is even if you could, it's one of those like safety things. Even if you could, just, don't. AHARs and whatnot. Yes, exactly. Because that was one of the things, that was one of the questions that Friendstructor kind of brought up, was what's the systems for those GI 275s? And I was like, pitot-static, vacuum. And he's like, what else? And I'm like, I don't know. And he's like, the AHARs. And I was like, oh, that one, that stupid, silly, gosh darn it thingy. Oh shoot, sorry. Okay, hang on. But yes, exactly, the AHARs. Okay, so one of the other things too is the delete the procedure turn hold if straight in. I think potentially maybe the DP that I'm gonna have, he has in the past done that initial approach fix that comes into a straight in so that he can test, be like, oh, you know what, I want one turn in the hold, so then you have to go in and manually add that hold in, just so you know how to work your GPS, sort of a thing. But yeah, that's question mark. So sorry, established on final approach course, glide slope is in view and active. Time, gear, tower, power, lights, lights, lights. Still need to get used to that one. Before landing checklist, carb heat fuels on, indicators fixed, Mr. Fuel rich, power pillar bump, safety seatbelts and security. LPV is displayed, excellent. That's what we need. CTAF radio call, so wherever we are, traffic. Brookneal traffic, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1 is an 8-mile final on the RNAV 06, Brookneal. 1 dot below the glide slope, we're going to bring the power down to 1900. And we'll get below 100 miles a freaking hour if you freaking please. Thanks very much. Thanks very much. Get down. Get that speed down so I can put some freaking flaps in. Gosh darn you. Gosh darn you. Come on. Seriously. I am at 1600 power. Why are you so... Ugh. Let me have my flaps. Dang it. Whatever. Screw you then. Have to upload the glide slope. FAF. Set power to 1900 RPM. Flaps 10 degrees. Pitch for 90 miles a friggin' hour. Please and thank you. There. First notch of flaps. Then we watch it carefully. Make sure it's not going to get too slow. Being silly. Glide slope is captured. DA is 868 feet. 870. Ensure cleared to land. We were cleared to land. We're not talking a tower. So then at that point, ensure cleared to land, we can make our 5-mile call. Brookneal traffic. Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. 5-mile final. RNAV 06. Brookneal. During the descent, our speed is 90 miles an hour. And we'll be calling 500 to minimums, 100 to minimums. Okay, and I'm also supposed to be teaching stuff. Am I teaching enough? Am I teaching enough? And we're gonna have to go missed. Forgot about that. So, yep. Okay. So 878, 880 plus 500, 1380 is what we're looking for our 500 to minimums. So what we're probably gonna do is, and I guess I could just do it when we do it. We got a little bit of time.
3-mile final.
Okay. So now my freaking ensuring 90 miles, and this is why we maintain our scan. Our speed was getting very low, so we keep that scan so that what it's doing, our altimeter is going down. Our altimeter is going down. Our speed should be at 90. That's why we bring our power back up. We just passed Ojfob, 3 nautical miles. But yes, again, maintaining our scan, keeping that attitude indicator there. So now we have attitude indicator, airspeed, altimeter. Airspeed's constant, altimeter is decreasing, vertical speed should be constant. Turn coordinator should be coordinated, and our course, or our heading, should be the course capture heading. So our track should be right on. So we now have our navigation, our glide slope. Y. Okay, hand flying. Also, flight director off for a second. Because for whatever reason, I don't know. All right, so 90 miles an hour, getting back on that glide slope. 13 80 is what we're looking for first. I am gonna go so fucking insane with this stupid.
500.
Stupid. Okay, 500. I'm on an approach. Shut up. You know what else I didn't? Oh, you know what I didn't do? I always forget to arm that approach. Okay, so I missed our 500 foot call. Coming up on our minimums, 870. So 880. Okay, there's minimums. We don't see the runway, so we're gonna power up. Pitch up. Minimums going missed. About 7 degrees, 7.5 degrees nose up. Power, power, power. We're climbing up to 1100. I'm gonna try to put the autopilot back on. And nav. 1100, and then we should start turning left to 3000. And you know what? Screw the autopilot because it's doing stupid things. So we got up to 1100, turning left 3000. We need to go direct to what's it? All right, so we would clean up the aircraft. Anything else? So then we would call them up and say, Brookneal traffic, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1's going missed to the north. And then as we are continuing our climb, I don't know how this freaking thing works. Let me see what it's doing. It should be taking us to the thingy. Get up there, thanks. Runway for map. Oh, shoot. No, I definitely did. We passed the freaking missed approach point, you stupid. Sorry. So yeah, then we... Stupid. I swear. Okay, the maps in this thing, the missed approach points in this thing are way too freaking far down the runway. Anyway, so then we would call up center and we'd say, hey, we're going missed to the, yeah, we're on the published missed approach course. Sorry. So whatever center, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1 is on the published missed approach for RNAV 06 into Brookneal. And then they'll say, all right, what do you want? And then we would say, I don't know. We'd say, we'd like to go back and try again. We'd like to try another approach, or that, yeah, if we need to, we can go request. Especially like in this scenario where our GPS is stupid, we could be like, hey, can we get vectors while we get our GPS a little bit set up better? Then they'd put us on a heading and then we would fly that and it would be all fine and dandy and stuff. Yeah, that's one of the things that I kind of keep forgetting too, is that, oh, we can ask ATC for stuff. So yeah. All right, we're gonna probably go visual and go back and land the thing. So, okay, let me get this set up for a second. Let's see what it does if I put autopilot on. I just want it to keep us straight and level for just like a second. Yeah, no, okay, so, heading select and altitude select. So heading, altitude hold. There we go. Okay, sorry. Coming back. You don't need standby instruments if your GPS is WAS equipped, you believe. Okay, so you know what? Okay, hang on. Well, okay. That may be slightly... When you say standby instruments, what do you mean by standby instruments? Do you mean instruments or navigation equipment? Because yes, if your GPS does not have WAS, you do need alternate navigation equipment for your route of flight. That one I'm gonna have to look at again. But when it comes to like the actual instruments, I don't believe that has anything to do with the WAS. Would it be called a glide slope on an LPV approach? You thought it was a glide path. Oh, and you know what? That could be another one of those things for me where I'm saying the wrong thing. I'm like putting them together. A glide slope and a glide path are the same thing when they're not. So let me write that down as well. Glide slope. Oops. And then the oops, no, sorry. So LPV, glide path, glide slope, and WAS instruments versus equipment. Because yeah, that, again, that's one of those things that I've learned the rote stuff. Apparently not all that well. And then it just, that practical application is gonna put it into much better perspective. We're gonna get turned back around again and get heading back to the way that we're supposed to be. Get right back to our runway. There, okay. Want to be your CFI? You just started your IFR. Okay, well, okay, so couple things. Disclaimer below. This is not instruction. It's not ever instruction. But particularly it is not instruction right now because I am currently working on my II, my instrument instructor's certificate or rating or whatever add-on thing. So I am not yet even certified to teach instrument stuff. So I wouldn't be able to be your CFI anyway, but that's excellent. So yay, how are you liking it? Is it fun? I think it's fun. It's a lot though, right? So what, okay, sorry, I'm gonna ask like a bunch of questions. And I guess, okay, you know what? I'll go down. It looks like you might have a lot of fun. Yay, really hope to enjoy and have fun with IFR. You hear some people hated it. So, okay, here's the big thing. So the, so private and visual flying is a lot more subjective. The instrument is a lot more, subjective. Visual is subjective. Instrument is objective. Either you're doing the right things or you're not, kind of. Because the big thing is just following regulations, following procedures, being right on those instruments. Some people don't like it just because it's like you're just sitting there staring at the thing and it's just, you're just following and then you're following and then it can be a lot. It can be a lot, but it's going to make you a better pilot overall. It's going to make you a safer pilot overall. It's going to give you so many more opportunities to go flying. So yeah, it is. It's definitely good that you're getting into it. Heading mode, alt mode. Yes, thank you. It is fun, a lot of knowledge to digest though. Yes, exactly. You mean you don't need the backup steam gauges? I would question that. Yeah, so that's the thing is the WAS has nothing to do with the aircraft status instruments, if that makes sense. The WAS is simply for navigation. And but then again, I could be wrong as well. I'm pretty sure not though. I believe it's more gonna be like if those avionics allow you to not need your backup instruments for one reason or another. I assume like if you have the dual GI 275s, like if you had just the one GI 275, you would need the backup. But since you have the two of them, if you lost one of them, if you had two of them and you lost one of them, if you lost your primary flight display, the MFD would then revert to the PFD, like we kind of talked about earlier with this one. You just started the ground school about 3 hours into Kings. Nice, excellent. Okay, one of the things, Pilot's Cafe. Pilot's Cafe is a good cheat sheet for that. As well as when you're through the ground school, Shepherd Air. That's the right one, right? Shepherd Air for the actual test prep is very, very helpful. But yes, I don't know. I love this stuff. I do like the more objective thing. It is like, again, like I said, it's more either you're doing it right or you're doing it wrong. But the one thing is there's so many things. There's so many different things. So it's like, am I doing it right? Yeah. And then going over, really figuring out, okay, categorizing your different like navigation equipment, I think was one of the things that threw me. Like your lateral navigation versus the vertical navigation with the glide slope, glide path, things like that, what those pieces mean. The satellite based versus the ground based, or GPS based versus the ground based navigation. And then, yeah, all that sort of stuff. You hated it when your instructor killed your instruments in the sim. Shoot, and I forgot to freaking do partial panel for this one. Well, that's fine. It's fine. And you killed us! But you live and learn. Right, exactly. I definitely have the same thing. And it ticked me off. I will say it ticked me off because I swear the aircraft, the sim aircraft, it did not respond the way that it should have. I swear it did not. Cause I was holding it together just fine, but then when I would do like a something, it should have the instruments that I was looking at that I knew were correct at first weren't working the way that they should have been. And so then it threw me off, and then yes, I killed us as well. In Shepherd Air we trust. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and again, that's one of the things like with Shepherd Air, it is a test prep thing. If you're using it for ground school, you better be doing the grounds, like your own ground school. But since you're doing Kings, do the Kings first, and then, and I guess they probably have their own thing. So like, if you don't want to do the Shepherd Air, don't worry about that. But that is like from here on, from instrument on, Shepherd Air is like the sort of test prep thing. It is. It's very helpful, very good. And then, like I said, Pilot's Cafe is like a really good cheat sheet to have and really goes over the good stuff. So you gave you guys a good old graveyard spiral in your double I, let it happen. And that is what the sim is for. Because those are things you can come back from. Web. We'll get that off. What am I doing? Okay, we're going like this. Coming back out. Autopilot's off. Oh, and for all those new, and as a reminder for all those not new, I do fly better in an actual plane. Please keep that in mind. All right, we're heading back to our runway. 870, 6, runway 6. So we'll cross field, enter a left downwind. I should probably double check. Hang on. But yeah, one of the things I think is because I was trying to use the magnetic compass, and that is okay. You know what? I guess we're gonna do one of those things, a little bit of the magnetic thing. So if you look, so let's go to north first, or hang on. So we're at 30. I was doing the thing that I wasn't supposed to do. So we're turning to a heading of north. Do you see how it turns to 60 degrees? So if we're heading, okay, sorry, hang on. So 30 degrees, we're pointing 30 degrees there. So if we think about it, north should be that way, but it's pointed that way. So you have to bring the heading to the lubber line, as well as and then if you're in a southerly, then you have to undershoot north, overshoot south, and I was pulling the lubber line a little too much. So yeah, so we're pulling the heading towards the lubber line. Undershoot north, overshoot south. So once again, so we're bringing that undershoot north. Well, you can't really tell because it just kind of stays there. Isn't that helpful? Meaning it's not. Bring. I feel like it's. I feel like this isn't like a really good depiction of that. But yeah, that sort of thing. But basically, the whole thing about the magnetic compass is like pulling the direction that you want. So again, you're reading it backwards. So yeah, again, north. Your 30 degrees should be over here. Your 33 degrees should be over here. So again, yeah, if you wanted to go to 30 degrees, you should pull it towards your lubber line. Unos, yes, ands and unos. Accelerate north, decelerate south. Undershoot north, overshoot south. So what I was getting to with that is I do believe that that was potentially an issue for me. And we are just having a time over here. We're crossing things we shouldn't be and coming at this. And maybe we'll just enter a base. We'll enter a base for runway 6. How's that sound? Should probably descend a little bit. Sorry. So yes. So one of the things that I do specifically remember is that I was trying to use that magnetic compass. Cause yeah, killed the, vacuum system. So couldn't trust the heading indicator or couldn't use the heading indicator. So I was trying to use that magnetic compass, and I do believe, oh, there's our airport beacon coming at it. Yeah, I do believe that that was definitely a factor, because I would, yeah, try and do the thing, and then it would go the wrong direction the way that I thought, and then I was going like this, and then I was doing the other thing, but I did. I kept it alive for a little bit, but yeah, ultimately same. Graveyard. I'm not sure if it was a spiral or a spin, but it definitely was a graveyard. All right, no idea how far we are from the room. Oh, okay, so we're coming in. Oh, we're, okay, so we are very close, actually. So 2 nautical miles. We're probably gonna slip it. Oh, and again. Yeah. I do things in the sim. Again, this is another reason why this is not instruction, is I do things in the sim that I would not do in real life. I do not condone, I do not teach. Yes, I'm much better, much more professional, much more, yes, just overall better in a plane. Actual plane. So, power's all the way out, we're gonna slip it. Because we're coming in that way. Get that drag going.
Sync rate.
I'm in a slip. We're good. Thanks, ForeFlight, though. All right, coming up. There we go. So, 870.
500.
Ah, look at that.
500.
All right, so now we get below that 100 miles per hour. Knots, I guess.
Start final runway 06.
Thank you, ForeFlight. Throw some of those flaps in. Boom. Throw another notch of those flaps in. Come in at about 75. Oh, you know, that's probably why as well. Probably coming in at like, oops. 90 miles. What the building? Sorry. Not going around, but we're definitely gonna land a little bit further down the freaking run race, and there's a dang. Whoa. Oh, my bad. Oh no! I did the thing! I damaged my landing gear! And that, children, is why we go around. Oh no! Wow. Yeah. So that... Are we really gonna get back in and turn it on and turn it up? Well, no, I shall do the final bit of Checkride on the black screen of shame. Okay, we'll finish this. I'll go back to that. So yes, that is why we go around. We would taxi, and then we would call. We would say, hey, we're clear of the runway to Brookneal, and then we would call center and say, hey, we made it on the ground without damaging anything. And then they cancel IFR, and they'd be like, squawk VFR. IFR cancellation received, squawk VFR. Have a good day. Or I guess maybe they wouldn't say squawk VFR because we landed. I don't know. Yep. So then we would taxi in on our wibbly wheels that are totally not damaged. And then we would shut down. We would do our electronics. We would turn all those off first. We would do our liquids. We would pull our throttle and then our mixture. And then we would do our flow, which is our master and our mags. And then, yeah, we would check to see if we would do a little walk around outside, checking to make sure all of our stuff is good. And then we would get our double on certificate. Like I said, I promise, I fly better in an actual plane. Anywho, cancel. We're gonna go back to main menu. Yeah. We're not gonna put that one in the book. You were just thinking about your standby instrument question, and 91205 does not require standby instruments, so unless the POH says that they are required, you wouldn't think so. And again, it's not gonna be the POH specifically. Well, oops, sorry. It's gonna be the avionics manual. So like the GI 275s, it says somewhere in there, or apparently, I guess, what you can or can't use or have or whatever. So yeah, so I think again it's gonna be if you have a backup glass panel, then you don't need it necessarily. Again, is it a good idea? Probably. But yeah, so and that is the thing. So 91205 is one thing, but then there are other things that are required. So that's why like your aero documents, airworthiness certificate, registration, operating limitations, weight and balance, current weight and balance info. Operating limitations includes supplements and placards. So if any supplements and placards say something different than the POH, those are more recent than when the aircraft came off of the line, right? So it has the more recent data for what's actually in the aircraft. If that makes sense, I would think. Dev above the white argon flapping station. I got down below 100. That was part of the yeah, I thought. Maybe I didn't. I know, big bounce once again, not instructed. Yes, exactly. Oh my God. That was yeah, one of my worst. Well, I'm gonna blame it on the fatigue, which is why it's part of our I am safe, and which is why we only do this in the sim and not in actual. Yeah. 91213 you believe is the reg. It's 205. 205 is something. 213 is. Hang on, I have a lesson plan for this. Okay, so 205. 205 is the instruments and equipment. So that is VFR, a tomato flames and flaps, and then grab card. And then 213 is something else too. That's something important. Huh. Let me actually look, I guess. Because now I am curious. I'm gonna kick myself when I see it, because it does. It sounds familiar, but I can't remember what it is. 213. 213 is the inoperative instruments and equipment. So, yes. So, an approved minimum equipment list, not usually for anything other than the bigger aircraft. Aircraft has within it a letter of authorization issued by the responsible flight standards, MEL, blah, blah, blah. Approved minimum equipment list, blah, 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 blah. B, the following instruments and equipment may not be included in a minimum equipment list. So in instruments and equipment that are either specifically or otherwise required by the airworthiness requirements under which the aircraft is type certificated and which are essential for safe operations under all operating conditions. Instruments and equipment required by an airworthiness directive to be in operable condition unless the airworthiness directive provides otherwise. Again, this is what can't be in an MEL, which is also good for knowing things that, yeah, can't be in opt. Instruments and equipment required by specific operations by this part. A minimum equipment list, except for operations, flight operation. Okay. The inoperative instruments and equipment are not. I actually have. Hang on. I had a lesson plan about this for CFI. Where did I put? I think it's on here. Yes, the 213 is in the up stuff. And, well, so, and again, it's a tricky one because you're adding stuff in after the fact. So then that has its whole other thing. There it is. Okay, so VFR, okay, so if you don't have an MEL, it needs to adhere to the, you can't have stuff that's in the type certificate data sheet. So we talked about that a little bit. The KOEL, all of that must be operative. The kinds of operation equipment list, which only some aircraft have. I've seen them in the multi-engines only so far for me. It has to have 91205, something for an AD. If it's required by an AD, that was in there as well. As well as the catch-all, there can't be any safety of flight issue. So if you determine, based on all that stuff, that it can be inoperative, must be placarded and removed and or disabled and placarded inoperative with a logbook entry, must be removed and or disabled. Yeah. So again, that's one of the. Yeah, it is. It's that one. From my own experience, at least, it's going to be with the supplement for that specific. I don't know if this is a perfect analogy or whether it's a good analogy at all. So floats. That's not going to be covered in any of the regs, right? But like, could your water rudders be inoperative? You know what I mean? It's that sort of a thing where you're adding in this thing again. So the avionics, you're adding in this thing that wasn't there when it was manufactured. So the supplements that go with that are going to be what talks about what you can and can't do with that stuff. Again, and that's just going to be like my thought process of it. I'm pretty sure I'm right though. I could be wrong, and I will take that if it is. But yeah, so that's why if you have added stuff onto your aircraft or stuff has been added onto your aircraft, you have to be looking at that stuff as well. So yeah, so like if your engine got souped up, is your POH gonna tell you what the actual performance calculations are then? No, that's gonna be in the supplement. Maybe, I would assume. So yeah, so that's one of the big things to look at is the documents that came with the aircraft as it came off the line versus the stuff that got added or taken out or whatever afterward. That makes sense. Yes, it depends on the documents. Yes, if the supplement mandates it, you need to comply with it. Yes, exactly. And so that's why I think I'll have to actually find it, that with the GI 275s, it is, since we have 2 of them, it isn't required, but if you only had 1, you would need that backup in case. Cause that's the thing. So with steam gauges, if you lose your electrical power, do you lose your steam instruments? And I can definitely give the answer. I'm gonna get Little Nav Map up. I'll give a little bit of time. You'd lose the electric drivers, right? Exactly. But airspeed indicator's still there. Altimeter's still there. Yeah. Basically, so that's gonna be the thing is, in the steam gauges, your turn coordinator is usually gonna be the electric one. I mean, it's not great to not have that. However, you still have all of the other instruments as well. So for a glass panel, if we just had the one, and that's the thing, like if you had a full electric failure, then that's its own thing. But so yeah, that one I will definitely have to check on. I think the thought process is you're very unlikely to get a full electrical failure sort of a situation, so you would still have one or the other of the displays. But again, it's also, is it a good idea? Is it a good idea to not have those backup steam gauge instruments? I don't know. So yeah, and that's like with the thing that you were talking about, the navigation stuff with the WAS needing that backup stuff. Or if you don't have WAS, you need the backup navigation equipment. That is if you don't have RAIM, sort of a thing. So if you have WAS, that's a lot more reliable than the RAIM. So then yes, you wouldn't need that additional navigation equipment, ground navigation equipment, that backup stuff. Does that make sense? And I should also probably stop babbling because I'm gonna become just less and less coherent as this goes on. What is it? It looks like a dog with little wings. A square dog. Looks like one of those really fluffy dogs that looks like it's wearing a curtain. And then it's got a little bow maybe. And then it's got just a very square head. Triangular, I guess I should say. An angular one. So yes, we took off. And then, oh, sorry. You know, you thought you heard something about WAS and standby instruments, but you could definitely. It is standby navigation instruments / equipment. I believe. Again, I will check it. And we will get to the bottom of it. But yes, that I do believe that that's like if you have the WAS, that is more reliable in order for it to be. Yeah. In order, and I have a lesson plan for this. So in order for it to be WAS certified, it needs to have very, 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 very little bad data in an entire year. It's like 3 minutes of bad data in an entire year or something. So that's why it's that precise and it's that reliable that it doesn't expect that you need that backup. Whereas with RAIM has its own issues. So let me look. All right, WAS. Certification requires extremely small probability of undetected error, no more than 3 seconds of bad data per year. Okay, RAIM. AIM 1117B2. Aircraft with unaugmented GPS, so WAS, navigation equipment under IFR must be equipped with approved and operational alternate means of navigation appropriate to the route. Does that sound like what you're thinking of? So yeah, because it's WAS capable, then you don't need that backup navigation equipment. Yeah. The RAIM can be a little bit more ishy. So yeah. It all makes sense. You always answer questions in a Checkride scenario like, yeah, it is legal, but you won't be comfortable doing it. And that's the way to do it. That's sort of the get out of jail free card. Is it safe? If it's not, then the answer is going to be no. If they press you on it, it's like, you know what? If it is legal, I'm still not going to do it. You'll still play it. No. We both need to get sleep. Absolutely. That sounds like what you're thinking. Yes, that is exactly what it is. So AIM 1117, that has to do with RAIM, aircraft with the unaugmented GPS, so non-WAS. It's the navigation equipment. You need to have that standby navigation appropriate to the route. So then the question is, well, so yeah, so then you gotta appropriate to the route. If your route is specifically GPS, can you do a GPS route, like direct, like GPS direct, if you don't have WAS? I haven't thought about that before, but I'm gonna go with no. But pretty sure we I'm kidding. For legal reasons, that's a joke. Okay, so we did our little turn thing there, and we did the thing to check our instruments, our instrument cockpit check. We back taxied and we took off, and then we turned and we started talking about our fundamentals of flight, and eventually we turned back and kept talking about our fundamentals of flight. And then we demonstrated the turns, and then we went direct to our initial approach fix, and then we were talking about our LPV, our honorary precision approach. Went direct in, did a missed approach. Couldn't use autopilot because I still don't know how to do friggin' missed approaches with friggin' autopilot. This is silly and stupid. We talked about all that, those sorts of procedures, and then we turned back around and we were chatting about more stuff, and then we went visual, and then I was a little closer to the runway than I thought I was, so then we did a slip. And then as we were coming in, I noticed that building, this stupid little building, you know what? I'm gonna look. Is there actually a stupid little building right at the end of the stupid little runway? It's not a stupid little runway. I'm sorry, little runway. No. Hang on. Oops. I was so ready to say no, but I actually have to look. What is that? There is a something. Hang on. So yeah, I definitely did not properly reconfigure for the new glide slope that I decided to be on. Takeoff minimums. So we looked at our takeoff minimums. Runway 24, multiple trees. Some friggin' building. I don't know, it doesn't say anything in the departure. I don't know. I think it's silly, but okay. Not without, okay, right, so not without standby, but the thing is navigational equipment appropriate to the route. So navigational equipment being VOR, right? That's gonna be our standby equipment. So if you were going GPS direct and there's no VOR there, can you do that? FAA interested? No, absolutely not. Like I said, not today, FAA. Legal reasons. It's a joke. It's a joke. So yes, I did. I didn't reconfigure properly, and then I let my speed. I pulled up, let my speed get too low, and then didn't have any energy to like properly come in nicely and flare and all that sort of stuff. Slammed it on and then ballooned. Porpoise. Should have added that power in. Go around. But again, this is what that fatigue does to you. So that is why. Fatigue. It is sneaky, and it is something that we do not want. So, yeah. Anyway. You can always go around. It don't look right coming down. I'm not singing it properly, but it's what you're getting for today. Okay, so that was that. Apologies. I do. That was terrible. I'm sorry. We will shoop. Find somebody to raid. Let's see. What do we have here? Thanks for being here. Hope to catch you next time. Yes, yes. Oh, 1 second. Yes, we shall, oh God, that's loud for me. Yeah, so it's probably gonna be either Tuesday or Thursday, and it's gonna depend on what my schedule ends up being. It might be a little busy next week, so I might have to skip next week, but we will see. But yeah, whenever next time is then. Hope to see you then. Not sure what's going on here, so we're gonna try something else. See what this one is doing here. That one looks stuck or something. Heart. Okay. Oop. It's not the low and slows that we would like. But if we would like to keep to MS Fest 2020, keep sharing that love, we have potential. We will. We'll try here. All right, so all of the things. Oh, I should probably get it set up first. Hang on. So yeah, so if this one does not allow, and that's the thing is I've had it before where I'll click raid and it'll be like, oh, this person doesn't allow it. And it's like, oh, okay, now what? If this one doesn't allow it, we are going to go somewhere with Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. But we'll see what happens. Okay, so whoever got lost and found their way here or found their way back, thanks for being here, putting up with me and my shenanigans. I'm so ashamed. The shame. I promise, I have not damaged landing gear in my career yet. I don't intend to. So bad. But again, it was sort of like a theoretical, teachable-ish, sort of-ish moment. Because, yeah, talking about how that coming in on landing, you pull that yoke too far, gets into that stall, you lose too much energy, and that's how you blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, there. We'll find the silver lining in that. But yeah. Again, thanks for being here. I appreciate it so much. Riggs Bell, shame, I know! Shame! Shame! It is. Terrible. Terrible. Yeah, thank you for the follows. I do appreciate it. Thanks for the chattings and the questions and the, going overs of the stuff. Because it really does help me get that stuff down a lot better, make me understand things a lot more. So yeah, I do. It's always helpful. And the other thing I guess we did, we went over, GPS stuff at the beginning, like the different things. Well, generally the navigational aid stuff. And yeah, requirements for those things. Yeah, anyway, sorry, I need to write that down. I turned my flashlight on, I guess. I'm gonna write that down as well, that bit, that. RAIM backup instruments. Try to remember to do that. There. Okay. Yes. So that. Where was I? Yes. Thanks. It's been fun. It's been a real. Have a great week. Wait, let me make sure that I'm doing all the things. We talked about, again, either Tuesday or Thursday next week. And if not, if it's a little busy, if my schedule ends up conflicting, we'll have to go into the next week. But we'll see. And I appreciate you guys a lot, like putting up with like that stuff, the lack of schedule and everything. I'm hoping at some point, I was gonna say soon, I'm like, at some point, I'll have a better schedule and we'll be able to do more and more consistent and stuff. So yes, again, thank you. If I forgot anything, brain is mush. Apologize, didn't mean to. And yeah. Have a great whatever it's going to be for you. Hope to see you again soon. And until next time, all the good things. Have a great time in the raid. I will be going to bed. And yeah. Spread the love. Thank you. And bye.